start recording should be the usual thing. Okay, maybe. Welcome to the meetup. I should start the recording with a welcome message before I quickly check the available file. Okay, I have 200 gigabyte, which should be more than enough for a recording. But the last recording was 17 gigabyte, so for some reason my compression ratio is not that good, but better than having frame drops. And let me quickly build like a small go-to playground, and then we have something. I always want to have like the date in the background. So we have, maybe we take this line text points, and to date it's meetup, and it's the, I think, yeah, 23rd. So we have some points here. We take these points, we put them on to a list buffer, and we just draw them. There you go. So maybe we also draw them as lines. So we have, it's a little bit easier to scan. Meetup, and then we can add a little bit of, maybe what do we do here? We pin this guy, and then we have feedback, advanced feedback. So we have a little bit there, and then I would have expected more feedback here. I think I first have to render this into render target, and then to layer 2D, and then maybe put this into advanced. I forgot like this thing here. So now we have to bring down the alpha, and then we should see some feedback here. Okay, and maybe increase the font size. So it looks very Halloween-like for some reason. I don't know. Meetup. So we have something in the background. So I have nothing planned, and I think we can talk a little bit about like this, this collision force, like this volume mesh volume force. Show a little bit how it's working, and then we can either do like a copycat or answer questions or work on the custom shaders and build some examples, or we can eventually, if there's some time left, I would love to actually create like a final preview release of the version 1.4, 4.1. I can, before we do all this, I can share something. So if I go to our GitHub page and to Wiki, I wanted to share, I think I probably need to update this. I need to update this list, but we have, I now created like these links, and I created all the pages for all the meetups. So even if we don't have a recording, I still created the page here. So we have one consistent flow of recordings. Let's say if they worked. So sometimes we skip the meetup, but I think it now got a pretty extensive list every second week from August last year. So the list gets longer. And I uploaded all the captures that I have there. So might be useful as a reference. And then, of course, you can always click here. And then I think you should, if you click here, then you go to YouTube. Look, I can catch my mouse. And these are now in a playlist. So the political news there. It's crazy, like so many things on YouTube, but I still don't really know where actually, if the thing is part of a playlist, where can I see this playlist? Like, this is still like totally confusing for me. But we, if you click on TiXL here, we have a playlist, and here I created a playlist for. Can actually see like everything here. I created a playlist TiXL Meetups. There it is. And there I uploaded like all like the recordings we did. Might be, so I'm trying to take it now and be like a little bit more proactive, and I created all the pages for like the next year, so that so the upload will be a little bit more frequent and more consistent. So that out of the way, yeah. Let's start with like building this mesh collision thing. So, oh, and actually, let's start by starting the event. I always keep forgetting this. Start event. So the idea is that we can take a particle system, and I think we should be able to take any kind of points. So we can actually take these points and bite them into a particle system, and then we can draw them. And I can talk a little bit about like the drawing points things later, but no, here they are. Maybe add a gizmo here. And now we can basically say MeshVolumeForce. It should be there. Yeah, here it is. I hope so it's a good thing that we clean this up, because like there should be a warning triangle here. So let's quickly go to the settings page, and I think this should be the main input here, and it should be required. So we click it, and we say the relevancy in the graph is required, and then we drag it up there. So it's the primary input. So we see this red triangle on top here. So why it's recompiling the library here? I hope on the second compile it's being a little bit faster, but like the first compile always like takes ages. Okay, no, there we are. Hey, where's like the, there it is. So we can now click this thing here, and it will basically suggest us a bunch of options to create meshes. So let's start for, let's say, a cube mesh here. And then we already see that like something is happening there. I don't know what this means, but so if we hi there, if we change our mesh here, so maybe we should also draw mesh. So somewhere in there should be a mesh, I would have assumed. There it is. So, and it's a quad mesh, which makes it like a little bit weird, but it's still working, which is like kind of interesting. So it has a side, and it has I think also like a negative side, but the negative side it falls away like a triangle or something like this. So it's a kind of bizarre that it actually works. I think Nikki, is it okay if I mute yourself? Because
am I accidentally transmitting? Sorry.
Yeah, there's like it's almost like you're broadcasting like a secret message. Like,
maybe it shouldn't be happening. What the fuck? Okay, I'll fix that by. Let's just turn on noise suppression. Let's see.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. So let's create like another mesh here, not a quad, a cube mesh. Let's do something that is a little bit more manifold. So here's our cube, and let's once again like move this cube around, and then we can see how this is hopefully doing stuff. And to basically check whether this is actually doing the right thing, we can change the draw order here. So one thing we should do is we should drag this guy. No, actually the draw order is correct. We can just make this a little bit more transparent, and then we can see that nothing is there inside. And if we change like the draw order here, so that's why the draw order is important. So this will first write depth, and but we want to have like the particles to write depth first. So okay, here we are. And then I like the most difficult thing was actually to prevent stuff from flying inside the mesh, and this I don't know why it took me so long, but it took me very long. Took me much longer than I expected. Let's quickly talk a little bit about like how this thing works. So this is basically a direct clone of the FieldVolumeForce. So it should have like the same parameters besides the normal sampling distance, which is not available for meshes. And it should result in a similar effect. So there are like a bunch of things where it will not work the same, but most of the time it should give like a similar effect. And to be honest, I didn't test this, so maybe we this is a good test here also with the translation. So let's create another particle system. So let's be brave. Create some points here. Duplicate. Make these points. Maybe we take them. Make them like purple for field. We create. We don't want this. We want our field thing. FieldVolumeForce. This should be our emit particles here. And then we click on the missing thing to create a box SDF. And we reduce the radius here. Actually, I don't really know what the negative radius means, but don't want to test right now. So let's create a very, very small radius here and add this to our group and see what's going to happen. So what we see is like, okay, like this is like drawing like a box over there. It has a center, but we want to have this weird random value there. And I think we can achieve this by inserting translate up here. Oh, no, yeah, insert it here. Translate. And we have a translation. Ooh, translation. Actually, I honestly think this should be called translate and rotate, but it doesn't really matter. We can copy this. Copy. And then we can go in here and paste values. And because the name matches, paste it in there, which is actually a nice, useful feature. And we see that it's similar, but not quite. So obviously, like the first reflection, no, it's like completely different. I assume that basically the distance field of this box SDF is way more consistent than the distance field we get from this cube mesh, but it has like a similar behavior. So anyways, let's turn disable this. So and let's quickly talk about like how this thing actually works. So you can reduce the amount here, but I'm not really sure if like reducing this too much is a good idea. Because eventually it will lead to interesting things, and it might also lead to particles flying inside the object. But yeah, you can totally reduce the amount, and this should be equivalent to reducing attraction and repulsion. And the idea is then that we have a particle. The particle is somewhere in space. And then we check all the faces of this current mesh and find the face with the closest distance. And then we also check for this distance check that we prefer faces that are pointing towards the current position. So that's why it will prefer like this thing. For this particle, we prefer this triangle here, like this side, and not this side at the bottom. So it will give you this position, and then it will accelerate the particles there. If you question, so why is this why is this a curve? So it's a curve because the particle system has an initial mid velocity, and if I don't know, if I crank this up like crazy, so they will be shot somewhere, and then eventually they fly back, and then like right now they don't even reach like the original the target here, because we emit so many points that the lifetime is not long enough, and the lifetime is computed by this 100,000 particles that are in this list. So if we would increase this, then so we should see them eventually coming back and hitting this thing. And we see sometimes there are inconsistencies, so like this should never happen here, but it happens, so it's like not perfect. So anyways, so if we completely ignore like this emit velocity here, then we should see a straight line going toward this initial edge that I was describing. And then it's basically checking whether or not from one step to the next, this particle would be inside the volume. And if it's inside the volume, then we basically have a collision. Also, if it's inside the volume, like if it's outside the volume, then we have like this attraction force. So if the attraction force is 0, then the particles basically will do nothing. So if we replace this, if we reset our particle system here, so nothing is going to happen because they are not attracted at all, and the repulsion force amount doesn't matter because they are not inside, so they're not what's actually the, I don't even know what the verb for repulsion is. Repulsified? Repelled, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, if we increase this, then eventually they will fly there. Then there will be, from one step to the next simulation step, there will be inside. If they do this, then we have the option to have collision. If collision is on, then we will basically calculate like the normal surface distance and basically reflect them. And we have a bunch of options here, so maybe we can have more like a straight surface collection reflection, which might be more interesting. Is there a rotation? No, there isn't. So like a bunch of particles should now fly back. Yeah, so like most of these particles now are reflected back. And so we can, first off, we can decrease the bounciness. So this means, so they are losing energy every time they reflect. Or this can even be more like than one. So like very crazy things happen because now we introduce more and more energy into like the system. We can randomize the bounciness strength. So like if we do this, then we see that suddenly we get like these random reflections there. And we can also randomize the orientation angle, which is more like maybe like a rough surface, you could say. And you can also disable the reflect on collision. And now what's going to happen is that they fly inside the volume, and now we have this repulsion force, and if we crank it up like crazy, so they fly in, and then they want to get out as fast as possible, so they are repelled. And but even if we have like this reflect on collision on, so now most of the time they shouldn't be repelled because they should be, reflected before they're inside. But still, if I now move this thing around, I get like crazy energy into the particle system because through this movement of this mesh, suddenly some particles are inside. So, and this is actually all there is. So you can also like invert the volume. Sometimes this is like useful to have like a quasi effects. So inverting means basically that if we invert this, so they are repelled like crazy to get outside of not being in the box, to get into the box basically. And then they are bouncing inside the box. So that's why now like the inside of the box is filled with particles. And then we have this thing here, which is actually not implemented right now. I want to implement this, and I think it might be quite useful to implement this because we could use it for things like, we could have like a texture on this mesh, sample the V coordinates of like this position, and then colorize the particles for that. Would be quite cool, I think. Yeah, so it's I think it's a pretty versatile operator, and also same with the FieldVolumeForce. It has for like a particle system effect. It has like very few parameters, but it's quite versatile. Yeah, and then we can do things like maybe we can take this guy here. Let's say we have like this cube. Maybe we squish it a little bit and make it like a little bit wider or something like this. And one thing that goes very nice with this, we can take the rotation here. We can click this once. We get from the suggestions, we pick the Perlin noise. And what's nice about this thing is, so I discovered this recently. So actually this should be renamed actually to gain and bias, but you just imagine it would be gain and bias. Doesn't really matter. It's always the same. And it will also stay the same once we rename this. But if we increase the amplitude here, we see how this is basically rotating. It's rotating pretty fast. If we now bring down the frequency, let's say to half it, so we're still rotating, will be rotating. And one thing that works extremely well is to basically bring the gain up. And what happens now is like that. So most of the time, the noise will, like you imagine, like the noise goes like this, and then we sample like the current region, and it's like, oh no, we most of the time it's like there isn't any change, or like it's the maximum ratio, but sometimes it's the other maximum ratio, and this leads to like super organic like sudden like jerks in the movement. So that maybe increase the frequency here. So I don't know. Do we actually see this? Do we see some? Okay, maybe I oversaw this. Well, okay, never mind. It doesn't want to rotate for me.
Maybe if you pin the Perlin noise, we can see the graph. And
oh yeah, right. That's a good idea. So let's say so normally the Perlin noise looks like this. So like we have like very soft curves, and if I increase this like crazy, I would have expected interesting.
Seems to do what you want, though.
No, I'm not really sure, I have to say. I would have expected a way more dramatic curve change here. Let me quickly look into this. So because I think I was recently using like this guy, and this guy should be the same. And And I would have expected like this, you know, like we have basically very dramatic changes and it's going like crazy to one side. And once in a while it's jumping like crazy to the other side, which gives like this very organic thing here. And I think this might be related to, like if we go back here. Look at this. So basically I think the problem with this thing is that it's, so this would have been more like the thing that I would have expected. So it's like constantly at one side and then once in a while it jumps like rapidly towards the other side. And I think the problem is that the application of this amplitude parameter is not really working nicely, which is which I can look into. So always some stuff that can be improved. So yeah, we can. One thing we should definitely talk about is so performance is a big thing here. So like this collision or not collision, like this shouldn't make like much of a difference. So maybe we like so the complicated, the expensive part is the actual like the calculation of like the finding the nearest triangle, and like the implementation is, you can say, very poor. So normally you would build up like some kind of lookup structure for this. Right now we don't do this. So it works for like a bunch of objects, but if it's getting too expensive, it will not scale with the particle count, but with the phase count. So, and we can totally simulate this. So let's say we have like a sphere mesh, for instance. So let's take the sphere mesh here. So, and we immediately see some, like it's no longer running in real time. I mean, of course, right now we also have like video capturing in Discord and whatnot. But it's definitely like lagging. And eventually, if we bring down like this poly count here, we will not have like a linear transition, but eventually it will jump back to like real time. Yeah, this really depends on the poly count. And I think the limit depends on the graphics card, but for me it seems to be like a couple of hundred, which is very low poly, but it might be still working by having like proxy meshes that are invisible on like high poly counts or something like this. And for instance, I think the we can try. I think like the marble player is already too large. Yeah, the marble player is already like too heavy for this, and which is a shame. But we can, I think, I don't know if we have this. Oh, this is getting very. I think the reason why I did this was actually like for like this little red here. And this was also like the thing that I shared on Discord. One thing that I think might be kind of cool. So let's see. So we can, of course, always combine this with other forces. So we can basically add like a turbulence force and maybe bring up the noise level here, the noise frequency. So now basically both of them are influencing these particles. But we can totally do things like, okay, maybe we also have like this force here. And so the nice thing is that so SDF is expansive for rendering, because there you actually have to raymarch. But for these particle forces, actually not that expensive, because for each particle in each path, we basically have to evaluate these like this field twice, because we have to take twice for the current step and the next step to get a collision. But then we can it's like much cheaper than raymarching, and then we can basically have both of these effects. So we can use this one collider here basically to guide these to guide the particles into one direction. So maybe we we remove a reflection and we remove repulsion, and we only say, hey, if I'm a particle, I want to be in proximity of this area, and then we can basically drag this into like the surface area, and then like the second particle system will basically try to get them out of like this bounding geometry there. So yeah, not sure if this was a good explanation, but yeah. So okay, we talked about poly count, and this other thing we can talk about is this alternative draw point style I've been working on. So this is called DrawMovingPoints. And the idea here is that it should almost look the same, but now if things move fast, they get stretched. And we can go in here and basically increase the stretching, and then we see how like they like these particles get this pill form, and it's almost a little bit like motion blur. So which means if, let's say, I go into my my MeshVolumeForce, and maybe we increase the bounding box and we have like a randomized reflection. So now they're going like all over the place. And then we should already see how like these get like more stretched. And the nice thing is that this also works for rotation. So if I'm rotating the camera here, I don't know if you can actually see this in the screen, but in the stream. So we get like these nice little strip-like draw styles. It's yeah, it's not the fastest method, but it shouldn't be drastically slower than drawing the points. It's like a little bit slower, but not drastically. Depends on the points, I guess. But yeah.
There was a bug with this, by the way, like when particle is emitted, if it's supposed to be zero velocity, it still gets some like stretch.
I when did you check this? Like recently, or because this was one of the biggest things I fixed on Sunday, I think. But
Let me check.
maybe so let's quickly check this so we can take a small particle system.
Maybe not in this latest build.
Yeah, I think there was like something, they got like a very weird angled stretch or something like this, because they got I can show like where this actually came from.
When particle is emitted, it's like it's taking velocity from some other value from the buffer.
Yep. Yeah. So like maybe we have like this little example here, and we increase the emit velocity. So so eventually we should see some particles leaving there. And of course not draw lines. What am I doing here? We want the draw moving points. Just stick them there, pin them, and maybe bring down the size here. And so initially, like these guys have had like some weird position there, and so they had like some velocity, but they came from another group, or they're somewhere else in this. Or like maybe I should explain how this actually works. So internally, we have a double buffering here. So there's this keep previous point buffer operator, and this basically will take one or the other and basically switch all the time, and then use the other buffer to basically figure out, okay, where was this particle with this ID in the frame before that. So that's so like how this is how it works internally. And of course, if we emit particles, then like there could be like some like this is a new particle that's being emitted. So this particle could have been somewhere else completely. And no, we are not doing it by particle age, but what we do right now, because that we are inside, this is a DrawMovingPoints. So this is not only for particles, this is for all, like maybe the example here. So if I just use grid points and rotate the camera, so this is still working. So this effect. So it's not just for particles. So we can't rely on the particle age. And the way I thought about how to fix this was we have like this velocity jump threshold, and if the velocity, if the jump distance, so like if the particle was here and it was more than 1 unit somewhere else before this, then we say like, okay, it's probably not the same particle. No particle is moving with like 1 unit per frame, and 1 unit per frame would be crazy fast. So if you bring this down, eventually we probably we might see some of these effects. No, it's still seems to be working. I don't know. Ah, yeah. So now if we only reduce, if we don't stretch particles that jump further than 30 units, then we still seems to be working. So I don't know. But yeah, this was one of the fixes. Maybe I also fixed something else. Yeah. There you have it. Everything related to this moving points and this MeshVolumeForce. Shoot if you have any questions.
Does it, if you animate the mesh, will it take like velocity from the animated mesh?
This is an excellent question. I think I could just say, of course it does, but of course it doesn't. So I think it might feel a little bit like it does this because of the repulsion. So there are the mesh moves, and then maybe you can do a quick sketch here. So let's say we have a cube here, and then we have here, like we have a particle like, just inside this cube. This would be the surface point here. Yeah. Then if for some reason we deform the cube, let's say we move this cursor towards here. So now it's basically it's a distorted tube with like probably also like with some kind of what do you say
Or
this?
you could just translate it the same. If it...
Yeah, or you can translate it, but like actually like deforming it might also be interesting. And what's happening now is like this thing now uses like it's inside, and it's being repelled, and it looks for the closest surface point, which might be like here. So like and then it will basically shoot into this direction and try to get outside the mesh. And so there might be some correlation between like the surface change and the deformation, which might look like you are actually using the velocity, but of course we don't. And to be honest, we could add it, but then we would need like probably double buffering for like the mesh or something like this, or like vertex velocities or something like this. Wouldn't even know how.
Yeah, that would be difficult. Maybe it works well enough with just one point ends up inside and gets repelled.
I mean, let's quickly try something with this. So, so let's say we have like our red here, and maybe we ignore like all our previous experiments here and just remove it. Let's also disconnect the particle force here, and we ignore like the translation. So we draw our moving points and the actual mesh here, and we don't need the name of our meetup. So now, and maybe we keep like these as a reference for later. So right now we have like responsiveness is crazy and the random reflection is crazy, and oh, actually we need some of course we need some emit points. So maybe we take align points here, and what I do frequently is I just change the direction to something vertical, and this is now like our midpoints. Okay, maybe so. Actually, I'm pleased by this visual result. I have to say, I wouldn't have expected this to have like these crawling over the surface. But so if we increase the length here, so we have basically like this is a little bit like a simulation grid. So if should be there or there. So what's the initial image velocity? Okay, like it should be on the other side. So, or like we can just flip the velocity probably to. Okay, now so it's like now we are basically shooting the particles onto the surface here. Now what we could do is we could insert, I think there's an operator called deform mesh. And this has, I think it has like a twist thing here. To be honest, I don't even know like what this thing does, but it twists this mesh. It's a bit hard to see, so maybe we can decrease like this opacity of our points here, and maybe increase the opacity of our mesh. Well, I guess like if we do this, maybe we add an anim value here with a sign, and then maybe we take the amplitude and increase this by something, so it's like going, so we don't have to do this all the time. And I think if we now increase this repulsion force here, I think it could almost be like you know, like it's shaking something. I don't know. I mean, looks kind of interesting actually, but yeah, there you go. I don't know if this was what you expected, but
Oh, pretty cool.
it looks pretty neat. I mean, and I guess like if we have like something like this, I think adding like a turbulence force will always make it look more interesting, because then we also have like these we get like these okay, maybe we don't, but sometimes I think this turbulence force can add like a like some kind of local densities or something like this. Maybe it would actually be interesting to have like a Perlin distribution force, because like, you know, like the turbulence force uses curl to avoid local compression, but actually like here the local compression might actually look quite interesting. Maybe we can use we can use a custom field for this. Let's say we have like a custom SDF, and we use a volume field force. Or maybe we should actually look first how this actually looks like. So we have a sphere here, and then so now with these guys, so maybe we can take can actually reduce the size. So like now, okay, like now these gets like we have like these density points, you could say. Looks kind of weird, but it should be okay. And now we can say ignore collision. So if collision is off, actually like bounciness and random bounce, all these actually like let's quickly save and fix this, because I think reflect on collision should actually be there, because like this is the parent for like this whole collision group here. There's no time as the present to clean things up. You can do it. You can do it. Compile, compile, compile. And then of course we have to say show parameter as with group. And we call this group collision. And then this guy doesn't get a group, it just gets a padding. And I think this makes it look more realistically that this is a subgroup of this guy. So anyways, we wanted to have attraction, a little bit of attraction. We don't want to have repulsion because this will look weird. And then we just add this to our particle system and see what's going to happen. And I would have expected now like local densities there. Maybe we can increase the attraction here and see. Okay, we see how like this. That's like it's a very weird things. With it is actually kind of it's almost like looking through like some kind of like electron tunnel microscope or something like this. Very interesting effect, I have to say. Didn't expect that one. But yeah, there you go. And one thing, like if you play with particles and these particles, and you keep adding more forces, like one thing I would recommend is to basically bring up the drag. So like so a little bit for explaining. So these forces, some forces shape the velocity, so they make particles turn. But a lot of these forces add velocity, so they make particles faster and faster. And so what you do, you add more and more energy into this particle system, so they get like faster and faster, and they bounce off further and further. And one thing to take out energy would be to have like this bounciness, turn this down. So eventually, if you bring this down, then we should see how they eventually slow down. Probably like in reality, now the surface should get hotter and hotter, because like it basically absorbs all the kinetic energy and turns it into like, I don't know, like heat or something like this. But another method would be to bring up the drag, which would basically be like, you know, and so whenever like your particle system looks like crazy and uncontrollable, try to bring up the drag. Yeah. And another thing, like if you want to sync the particle system and have some effects, one thing that looks really cool is like to have basically like to animate like the speed here. It's also like kind of like an interesting effect that you wouldn't expect, but it sometimes it works even with like flying backwards, which is like kind of weird, but it just applies the current velocity into like the reverse direction, which is not physically correct, of course. Yeah. This is like a very weird. Does this actually have like an... Ah, there's a twist pivot here. So let's try this if the twist pivot is there. So if you bring this back. Totally great. Great. Oh, actually, I assume the twist axis should probably be Z. Whee! It's actually not true. It's actually pretty cool. It even got a gizmo there. Nice.
So
be
proud of
interesting.
this operator.
Beg your pardon?
I'm so proud of this deform mesh.
Yeah. I mean, like if I would be like a great salesman, I would say, sure, it picks up the mesh velocity. But yeah, so never mind.
This is a crazy final boss.
Okay. So what's next? What can we talk about?
Oh, I have a question about the DrawMovingPoints.
Yes, shoot.
Is it generating the shape of the point? So does it have a texture input?
Excellent question. So I spent some time with this also like on the weekend because I tried to implement a texture atlas to pre-blur these particles and make them more like photorealistic. So what I did at the test scene was the following. So I take radial points, and then I just take I draw moving points, and then I have like an orbit camera, and then I change the axis of this thing to be Z up. I think there might even be like a preset for this. Okay, like this is the worst preset ever because it's not centered. Oh no, actually it is centered, but ignore like this thing here. So then I change the count here, and then I increase the spin rate. So now, like eventually they still too many, but if we bring this down further, then eventually we should see like these being stretched, and maybe bring down the distance to the target. So we see these turning into some kind of maybe this is a little bit too fast here for us. So now they're spinning a little bit, and if we bring up this volume velocity stretch, then you will see that they're turning into this pill shape. And the way I did this was I never minded the stuttering. This is definitely the Discord. Normally this is totally fluid here. I think this is yeah, Discord or OBS or something like this recording my screen here. So in the implementation, what I do is I originally was using this guy here, like the white dot texture. The problem with this is it's probably hard to see, but I think let's quickly do something like this. So we have like a render target here, and we pin the render target, and then we just enable update. So now like this thing is frozen. For some reason, it looks nice, which is a kind of a bummer.
Doesn't look nice.
Like this. So when I tried this yesterday, I had like artifacts here because actually it still looks nice because I now okay, it goes a little bit very far into the details, but let's why not? So if I go in
My
here,
question is, can we add a linear gradient in order to get the front side of the particle bright and to get it blurry on the
yes. So it has like the current implementation is you have a texture. You have we use fallback texture. Actually, I think like this is a bad name. There's actually a better operator called use first valid texture, which is great because it has a like this one only has 2 inputs, and this one has like a multi-input field. But yeah, anyway, okay, we don't need to optimize this thing. But basically, it checks if this is something connected here, take it. If not, take this guy. And the reason why I'm not taking this guy is because it's too high resolution because I disabled map support in this drawing thing. And I did this because let me quickly show you what the issue was. Oh, it's horrible to watch this stuttering here. So if we go to the actual drawing function somewhere here, so this is how we currently draw. We stretch the UV coordinates. So like if we don't do this, then we get like this pill shape form. I don't know if you can see the difference, but so this is now basically more like I call it a gnocchi. And if you stretch it, it gets more like a pill. So like we stay in with this consumer thing. And you can actually, I think I added a parameter, but I didn't expose it. So anyway, like this, if we do this, then you can imagine that like stretching UV coordinates will increase or decrease the ratio between like visible screen space pixels and TiXLs, and this will jump to the next bitmap stage. And this will look very funky. So I will quickly enable this so you see what I mean. And then whenever you have like this problem or like a similar problem, you will remember that this might be like my problem. So like if I switch this and if I now go back to our render target and disable it, then you see like we get like these artifacts here. And I looked into this. The reason is that sketch. Basically, you like this is the shape of the rectangle we draw. You know, 2 faces here, and then I basically squeeze the UV coordinates so that basically like the UV coordinates get like denser and denser and denser and denser towards the edge, and then like here at the edges, like it will eventually jump to like the next map level. And the next map level is like blurry because that's the whole point of maps. And it's so blurry that it's like a bunch of gray pixels that give us this artifact here. And yeah, that's why I disabled mid-map rendering by switching by not using the normal sample texture, but sample level. And So enable update. So now like this is kind of way, but this means that it will be crazy slow for like drawing tons of points. So actually this is not ideal. And that's the reason why I'm using inside this thing, like a low resolution texture as fallback. And also like looks a little bit softer at the edges and so on. So anyways, we can add a gradient. So this is actually to answer your question. Linear gradient. Take this, stuff it in there, texture.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and probably we could actually do something like let's say a rounded vector, something like this. Rounded rect. Honestly, I don't really know how to do this, but I think we can blend images.
And the track doesn't have a edge input.
I was more into like, what I wanted to do was I wanted to take the blend images. Oh no, this is the wrong blend. I wanted to have like the other blend. Blend.
And use the...
And then use the alpha channel or something like this. Alpha, use image A. So now we can basically stretch this out and have basically round, have like rounded ribbons or something like this.
Nice.
I'm kind of puzzled actually that it's spinning like this and showing this shape. So I never actually tested this. So like let's change the spin direction and 3, 2, 1, make a guess if they change the direction. Yay. Okay, that's a good sign. So actually it should obviously, but honestly I didn't test this before because I always used solid textures. But yeah. It's like I can't emphasize enough, like this should be totally smooth. So like this jackiness is the video capturing here, which is horrible for an effect that should only be there to make it look smoother, but it looks worse. Okay, anyways. Yeah. So can DDO sketch here. And actually, did I mention I just saw this thing here, and like this is new cache resources, and I never mentioned it in the meetup, but I think it could be very useful because this was the behavior in Tool before it was renamed to TiXL, but then we changed the implementation a little bit to have be very sparse and a little bit more precise with GPU resource usage. And what this means is if I take this guy and view it, it goes to this asset path here, loads it, or actually first it checks if somebody else ever loaded this texture. And if it's a text, then of course we reuse the same texture, like we reuse it. But if nobody else, then basically we load it. We have basically an asset texture resource, and then basically this is the owner of this texture. If we have like a second, if we duplicate this, it should be immediately there. So because they are sharing the same resource. If I delete this guy, nothing happens. If I delete this guy, then the resource manager sees that the last user of this texture is gone. And then the resource is being freed. So like it's literally freed from memory. Disposed, the texture is being disposed. This is all Good, and then the problem is if we do something like this, like files and folder, it's a good example here. We even have now a default file path that's actually not stupid. So we get basically this image sequence of aging faces feeble. We can pick a string from this list and then use this as a file path. So we just stuck it there, and then we basically get our female there. Now, if I change this index, then we get another female, but this guy now disposed the resource of like the earlier texture, which means that if we go here, go through this like crazy, we see like crazy resource usage there because like we constantly dispose and load textures. But if I, and then of course we can make this very bad by using something like count int. So like now we have basically, we are no longer real time, but if I go in here and enable cache resources, it should be faster again. Because now basically it's reusing the same texture over and over again. It's probably totally depends on the use case. And like sometimes like if like switching through textures is like the thing you want for VJing, you probably want to enable this. If you are doing the normal thing, you probably don't need to enable it because this literally only gets relevant if you are setting this path procedurally. Yeah, quite a detour, but might be useful. Useful to know.
Is that a recent update for the load image? I just found some strange bug with it.
I think it should be maybe like a couple of months or so. So like if it's like recent, like the recent weeks, then like I think it's probably not related. But if it's related to things like asset handling, so basically dragging an asset into like inside TiXL and like it showing or not showing up inside here, I think there are a bunch of open issues on that one. So maybe if we go to documents here, I'm on my second screen. So if I bring this thing over here, my unregistered total commander, and I can't stress enough that I have a license, maybe 20 years ago. But I don't know, I forgot like the license, but like a friend of mine told me actually that Geisler or Giesler, or when we pronounce this, like seems to be like super chill. And if you tell him, oh, I lost it, then you get like a free copy or something. So he's like super relaxed. But anyways, like if we go in here and like find something with an archive. There should be an archive. We should have like assets. Soundtrack, boo, boo, boo. Here, like here we have like some, here we have a bunch of images or like one image. So if you drag this in here, I think this should work. If you look at it, we should see like this logo here. And we should see that it has been added somewhere here. Somni logo? No, didn't update it. Because I would have expected it to be show up here. So like this is definitely like a glitch here that basically this is not correctly refreshed. It's a shame, of course. But yeah, I don't know. So what was your bug?
I think, I don't know, we can discuss bugs on a separate.
This is a good idea. This is a good idea. Yeah, we should always discuss bugs somewhere. Insomnia. Insomnia. Yeah. I think like this is like what was this movie? Cloud Atlas. And there was like this was her number, like 451 or something like this. But anyways, complete sidetrack. So yeah. What should we do next? So we can build a bunch of course, always like like if you have questions, always shoot. Like this is the time to.
So I stumbled over something weird recently, or maybe I just don't know how to solve it. But all I was doing was loading in a transparent picture. Something with transparency, added glow to it, noticed that the glow clamps on the edges, and I tried to fix it in any way to shrink down the picture while leaving empty pixels on the edges, and I couldn't figure out how.
So glow and transparency is a bitch. It's like, I know. It's like one of these things. It's just very super annoying. But let's just try see what's going on. So like I think we can actually use like the texture we just have been.
I can share my screen and show what I tried here. But like, yeah, we can just try that. The trick is that the texture had pixels going right up to the edge of the original image.
Okay.
I didn't want to,
okay.
Go into Krita and fix it.
Okay, so like basically, let's take let's crop.
Because the texture is wrapping.
No, it's not wrapping. It's just that someone designed a logo and used all the available space. I can show it.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. So like I'm in here. It seems to actually. I'm surprised how well it works here. So the question is so before I share your screen like 2 words, I would always check with image levels what is the brightness of the image, and
literally just transparency and white.
Okay, right, because like this is like something, if it will make a huge difference. So let's say if we take like this guy and have like we can still crop it, of course. So we have some
problem. It's easy to fix for you, Nikki.
Yeah.
Just need to connect it to a layer 2D and then render target, so you can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to render it out just to pick it up again. Okay, fair enough.
Let me quickly share your screen. I'm kind of curious, honestly. So wait a second. Oh, I think you have to. I have to mute your stream. And
oh yeah.
No, I.
Damn it! Why is it automatically sharing audio? There we go. Stopped it.
No worries. I already did this. So I mean, like I don't have anything against audio, but YouTube has. Okay. So you have the logo, and then you
look at the bottom edge here.
So actually, what I would do is like you can either do like the trick that that Martin was mentioning,
scale and stretch and whatever, but that obviously doesn't work.
Yeah, try crop. I think that crop might be.
You can crop add pixels. That's
well, like you have to go into the other side. It's like it's bad. I know it's bad.
Oh.
No. This the top top bottom So it's basically X and Y. Sorry, no, was actually everything was correct. Just like take the second input there, the second value number, and then like this one.
Oh my, that is slightly like how was I supposed to know that? That's good to know.
Yeah.
Transform, and I have the same effect. Good to know.
Yeah.
This was just the first logo that I found that demonstrated this behavior.
Yeah.
That's good to know. That might, yeah.
I mean, like
I don't know how to make that more obvious.
I mean, like the this is actually an question, so like a usability question. So the
maybe split things into crop and
expand
and or something like that. Expand,
yeah.
Maybe just add more tags in here. Expand. Or something like that.
Let's do this right away. So, but so let's move this over here. So now you are no longer on screen. I want to before we go there, I want to try something. So if we take this logo here and we use image levels and look at it. And then what we see, at least in my logo, that basically everything is dark, but then it jumps to white and then dark again. So this tells me that this is not white, and like in your case, but actually black. So it's, I don't know if you would call this non-pre-multiplied or whatnot. I don't know. What we could do, and this might be a good segue for later, to have like our custom pixel shader here and just say, okay, actually, what do I see? C is the result, and we take the input and we just say RGB is 1. And so what this basically does is, so we don't need all this. So we sample our image, and then we set this to this color here, and it should not make much of a difference, but I'm still kind of curious. So let's bloom this guy with this, and let's also bloom this guy. Bloom. And then there is an operator called compare image that I love. Compare images. So we can stick this together here and press P. And then what we should see is maybe rotate these guys a little bit. That like the result is like completely different. So now on the left side we basically have like the transparent black on opaque white, and here is the transparent white on opaque white. And then of course the bloom will look just like look completely different. And there is nothing you can do about this. I mean, obviously you can go through things like just like the bloom kernels and stuff like that. But it's basically just the way this works. Yeah, it's kind of annoying here. Yeah. Anyways, so maybe we can look into the custom nodes.
I have one more question.
Sure.
That might be quickly answered. I have been trying to set up some sort of scene with directional lights, but the only thing that I find is set shadow that seems to do the directional light thing. But on that one, I can't really control the brightness or color of the light at all. Is there anything else? Like when I do a point light, That's like a point light. I can't really direct it.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Not as of yet. Which is a kind of a bummer, but yeah, we beg your pardon?
Yeah.
You first.
The idea was to make a scene with a bunch of TVs, and the TVs would be inputs from textures. Then I would sample the brightness of those textures and use those as rough directional lights coming from those TVs.
Ah, interesting, nice.
Or monitors or whatever, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It was meant as a backdrop for a friend for while they're DJing.
Maybe
Yeah.
you can fake it with SDF to color.
That's
How would that help?
It's true.
Because you
I,
can,
actually, this is a very, very clever approach. Maybe we can hack something together.
Okay.
So let's have.
now we can use DrawMesh at point, and we can have we can use Atlas map to draw a bunch of TVs.
Yeah, also true. So
Okay.
let's try the first thing first. So we have, let's say we have like a torus mesh or something like this, and we draw this mesh. And let's say this is our scene here. Or maybe we have like maybe we have our scene is more complicated, so we combine scenes.
Let's take the studio backdrop OBJ. That's a nice scene.
Studio. Load OBJ. And then we should find the studio backdrop. Like which one of these? Just like normal one?
Just the one, normal one. That's really nice as a backdrop.
Okay, so maybe we
in absence of a full room that's modeled out, this is neat.
Okay, nice. So we combine this into like it's a little bit of cheating, but like this is now a mesh with a single texture. And what's kind of cool is that we now have field inputs for DrawMesh. This means that we can basically somewhere here inside this advanced overrides, we have like a fragment field. I think we can't direct this out, but we can create a new field here. And honestly, I don't really know how we would sample this, but we should totally make this available. So what I was thinking about was, let's say we have a plain SDF, which is basically, let's say you can imagine it like with the axis Y. It's like the plane is pointing up. And so like this is like a horizon plane or something like this. And then everything above the horizon gets like a positive distance. So 1, 2, 3, and so on. And everything inside the ground gets a negative distance, -1, and so on. And then we can use this distance and convert it into a color. So this will basically take a range, 1 unit of this distance, and convert it into the color. Like, and then you can imagine this like being like a virtual function being evaluated for every position in space. And then we can take this and put this in our fragment field here. And now if I move this plane around, we can actually use this to colorize our torus here. And then of course we can maybe have like a more interesting gradient here. So let's pick, I don't know, like here, bright month or something like this. And then if we change the range here, we can basically colorize our scene and offset the. And since this is like a procedural method, we can do all kinds of crazy things with this. So we can actually do things like, let's say we can rotate the field. So we rotate it maybe around Z. So we can, and then maybe we can have Oh, actually, this was not what I wanted. I wanted to have like this here and this there. And then maybe we can, let's say, repeat axis or something like this. So, mirror.
Interesting. Okay.
And this is kind of cool. And then you basically could eventually have like a transform or like a rotate. It really doesn't matter. Transform field. And with this, you can actually rotate this field into like almost like a projector or something like this. And it's it's probably not what you wanted, but it's still interesting.
I don't see how this solves the problem, but it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing was with the question of like, okay, like if we would have the option to basically
Instead of a plane, you can use a box SDF or a ball or a sphere, and
colorize it with
The
like
whole point is I wanted to sample a texture input that would run another visualizer before, so I can
yeah.
same visualizer on multiple of the screens. That was the idea.
Yeah, but I think I think there are like a bunch of SDF things that actually have a texture input. So that's the
right.
So, but none of them is flagged as but let's
Right.
let's check.
Material.
There's an image 2D SDF. Uses the grayscale information of a texture, signed distance data. Maybe something like this. It's
No,
the
that's not it.
It's not
That's
if.
like you put jump flooded image into it.
Yeah.
Either way, I can render a 2D. I can render a like layer 2D, no problem. The problem was like faking. I can load I can model out a scene with like the monitors and whatever, and then position the actual layer 2Ds in front of them, no problem. The question was how I could fake the monitors lighting up the scene.
So you want like multiple lights, and each light would be like with the like ambient
Directional
color.
and diffuse, ideally, and ideally also sampling from the color of the input textures, which I also haven't really found something for, but I can build myself.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be directional? Why can
Well, if it lights behind the monitor, that just
we have
looks
like
wrong.
Spotlight?
Not as far as I know. When I look for light,
oh crap!
When we then we have set point light.
Yeah, no, we don't. At the moment,
shadow, which is kind of the directional light, but that doesn't have controls for color or brightness,
but
intensity.
I think you're not using right the set shadow.
Yeah, I think like with do you think it would work with set shadow? I don't know.
If I could, I don't know if it would work and what the correct thing here is, how that is even meant to be used.
If you look at the ease example,
I have looked at this
spotlight.
Huh? Which example?
Ease in the chat. The name.
Ease example. Let's load that in. That thing does have a spotlight, indeed, of some sort. It's a set shadow and a single point and a point light that is moving around.
Yeah.
Wait, how the?
I think like that, but it's still.
But it's still a point light.
Yeah.
So it would light up behind it.
Yeah.
Like, imagine looking at the room and the monitor has and the monitor lights up in all directions, including behind it where the casing should literally block it. Like this works maybe for gaming monitors, but for this kind of vibe of serial experiment lane, lots of cables, retro monitors, not really.
Yeah, but it's an interesting example. I can I have to think about it.
Neat.
Yeah, super interesting. And one thing is, so one of the reasons why I was very like hesitant to actually extend like the point light to directional light things, is that the PBR material is all over the place. But like a while ago, we actually refactored all this into like a single like include file. So that means that we could actually update all of them at once, and then it should work consistently. So we can, yeah.
Well, the feature request.
Yeah.
Because I do need that.
Yeah.
Also, how would you do this by, say you have a texture input, how would you turn this into an average color? Is there like a way to sample color?
Yeah.
Not, but
There's like a color from image, but
you could
pick color from image. Indeed, that's useful.
Yeah.
And then
to get the average of like the entire image, you could enable mipmaps and read from the last level.
Yeah.
How would I
bitmap? This is actually an X.
Also for multiple lights, if you don't care about the shadows, like so without the shadows, it should be possible to do like a custom pixel shader node with like taking on input multiple transforms and just doing some like kind of deferred light as a post processing.
Oh, oh yeah, this sounds very advanced. But
I'm very confused.
It's not very advanced. It's like it's not very correct to light the scene this way because we don't have like deferred light. But you would take like a normal buffer on input and the color and just calculate the multiple projected lights.
Doesn't Project Light already does this, but just one time? Like, isn't it what he's saying?
I can try making a prototype for this.
Yep.
And as far as I can tell, the normal point light doesn't seem to project colors, shadows here, really.
No.
No, but there's a new operator made by UNC that is called Project Light, and you can use it, but it just will be for one TV, I think. It wouldn't be for multiple projections, right? I don't know.
Like minus the volumetric part. Just do the same thing, just project multiple sources.
Oh. This is indeed a projector.
Yeah. I did actually, it has orthographic projection. So like if you go into the example and then switch from projector type from spotlight to actually maybe I should probably bring you on the screen.
But it does render it out immediately, so like there isn't really an option to have multiple inputs, really?
Well, there's basically on the left side the bloom thing. Like this is the texture that's being projected, and you could basically would take any.
The output is a texture again. So
Yeah.
it's not like I can stack this multiple times in the scene.
No. So it's like basically.
If you don't care about performance, like, and you don't care about the
we do.
Like, you could like.
But this is cool as an option.
Multiple.
They're gonna be used.
set the iterations for the volumetric for the what's it called,
the ways or
project
yeah.
light.
And so you would basically disable the volumetrics and only have the projected part, and then stack multiple of those and add them up all together, like with additive blending.
I think also you're thinking about it too literally, like you're thinking about how to make the actual scene. You need to think more like from a cheating perspective, like start from the end and work backwards. Like how much is the camera moving in the scene? What will people really actually see? Like you could probably not need to do any projection or spotlights. You could probably just do it with some point lights and like blurring stuff. Like it depends, because I don't know exactly what you're trying to do. But
yeah, I'm just experimenting around to see to then discuss what might actually be possible. But so far, like spotlights have the unfortunate side effect of lighting up behind them. So unless I split the scene into multiple parts, like multiple layers, so that some parts of that can get lit and some of them are unlit, it's going to be a pain.
Just put lights where stuff will be lit, and then you won't have any lights behind the TV, and the lights could be close to the color of what's on the TV. And because like the light gets diffused just a few centimeters from the TV, so it really doesn't have to be accurate in any way.
It should be good enough. You're right. Thanks for the help, everyone.
Yeah, but it's still,
I think,
would be super interesting.
I mean, like, if I load the TV in as a single thing, then I can just make a group for the entire TV, input, texture, and whatever, and I can position them however. At least that's the idea.
You have a reference of the scene. You said
Not yet.
Elements Lane.
I mean, okay, let's see whether... Did she ever send me a reference? Yeah, kind of.
Be right back.
Her response was, if I could be as extra as possible, then what she wanted was something like this, but with more, physical-based rendering, like actually lighting up the room and the character from the TVs. Something like that. There's going to be lots of small lights and whatever all throughout the room, which are going to be interesting.
You could put point lights just in front of each screen, because then that would be kind of similar.
And because the TV screen itself will be covered by the layer 2D, it really doesn't matter too much. Cheating.
Yeah, you gotta cheat. Yeah. I saw that Godot added area lights to their engine.
I saw that recently.
Maybe we should port them.
Yeah, it's open source, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what kind of like license they have or so, but I think yeah. I mean, of course, like the problem is always, so what's the, like there's always like the tension between like being flexible and having like this great fast engine that does like a certain look. And then the one extreme might be Unreal or Notch, that you see it and you know what it is. And doing something that doesn't look like Unreal is actually pretty hard, certainly. And but then you are stuck in this predefined render engine that is supposed to render a certain way. And here, like, we have like forward rendering where you can like, okay, let's throw in this path. But then you don't have like all the convenience things. And I was always more into like this, okay, let's be like a little bit slower rendering performance-wise, but be more flexible to allow more experimentation. So
yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Just pasted a test I just made in the chat.
Ah, nice.
To prove my point that this spotlight is not only the specular is reacting behind the light, which gives the kind of ambient light.
Okay.
If you move the
So we
vector
have-
3, if you play with the vector 3 for the light position, it's funny. But it's better when we see both walls.
If you have a point light with shadows in a cone, then that would kind of do the same thing, maybe? Is that?
Beg your pardon?
If instead of a spotlight we used a point light, but with the shadow workflow, in theory you could kind of make a spotlight. I don't know. I don't use shadows that much.
Wasn't there like this gizmo, Vex 3 gizmo? Why wasn't there able? Ah, because like this guy has like it's like but
Yes, yeah, just do this.
I think I broke it.
Okay.
Interesting. It's like
Instant nan.
I don't know what happened there. But I mean, it's interesting that like this while I'm dragging it, it has like this because maybe it will be updated only in the next frame on release or something like this. Yeah, so but yeah, this seems to but it's not probably not.
Oh, there, fuck. Oh yeah, for me it happens too.
Yeah. I wonder like if this is related to the 3 gizmo can and then we have like a group here and then we look pin this, have this gizmo here. It seems to be working here. So this might be related to like this being rendered multiple times because of the shadow path or something. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Definitely interesting request.
So you can create a texture with the multiple monitor views and blur it and use a map project UVs.
Okay, map.
To fake some light.
Project UVs.
Mesh project UVs or something like that.
Okay. Override existing UV coordinates with planar. How is that gonna do things? What does reproject to UV do?
And after you can I don't know.
It's maybe this would be like a topic for another meetup because it's a kind of involved like this whole like reproject UV breaks my head every time I start working on it.
I wouldn't even know what the goal here is of why you would mess with UVs.
Get a render pass of the TVs, blur it, and then multiply it with the Fresnel pass, and then all the highlights of all the edges of all the geometry will be like fake rim lit by the ambience of the TVs and screen space. Could try something like that as well.
Ah, interesting. That's also like an interesting approach. But
so that would require me rewriting some shader code, I assume.
No, you
No?
just use the normal pass. But anyway, we can like the Fresnel edge thing. Yeah.
Am I miswriting Fresnel? I thought it was with an S.
Yeah. I think
nothing shows up. Am I on a too old
No,
version?
it's an example that
I think it's probably custom
recently.
CustomPixelShader or something like this.
You know what?
Or like,
Shutting this down and making sure that we are on the latest version.
actually,
I think he means to create a Fresnel using the normal pass out of the render target. It's one of the additional options. Which is that what you meant?
I just know. Oh, yeah. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna share something. Hold on. Let me just. There's a question in how to do. How can I? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's in the how can I do XYZ?
How can I do XYZ? And the question, which one was it? How can I do things like
how to do layer weight / Fresnel effect?
This guy here.
Share a link to.
Yep, I have it here.
I found it. Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah, that'll definitely come in handy.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was doing it in a really stupid way, and then Punk is always, of course, done it in an amazing way.
How long ago was that?
Okay.
15 days, huh?
Actually, we could even like probably adjust like the rendering thing here to add like an offset here to basically give some control of where the light is coming from, I assume.
It would be like
because it's using
additional
the
transform
camera forward
matrix for just to rotate the thing.
So, okay.
You can play with the gradient also already. TiXL shader.
Sorry, you lost me. Anki first.
Mesh render.
There's a gradient.
What's the goal?
That's the thing. Like, I think in your case, Nikki, you wouldn't want to have a specific direction because there's going to be TVs all around. So I would keep the camera fade. I would keep it like this, but then have it multiplied by a screen space blur of the monitors. It's not going to be like perfect, but it could be an interesting ambient sort of. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, as long as the overall color is right, I think it could do well.
It'd be stylized.
Okay, sorry about that. I was curious because it's submitted here.
Camera transform buffer. That.
Okay.
But that is such a cool effect.
Okay. I think maybe we should move on to the next topic.
Yeah.
So yeah, anybody else has questions? Or maybe you want to share. Maybe Nick, do you want to share like a little bit like how you made like this awesome last animation? I don't know. Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, which one?
Like this with this crazy alien sky thing.
Oh yeah, it's okay. So I'll show it, but it's really inefficient. Actually, also I'm on my laptop, so basically tank my system. Maybe I'll show something else. I mean, I'd have to turn on my big computer. I guess I can. Hold on.
I mean, you can also show something else, but you made so many cool things.
I'll show a quick thing while my other computer turn on. So I've been oops, oh no, messing with my. I'm gonna maybe do a bit of VJing again soon. So I'm just updating some stuff in my little VJ setup.
Yep, I will put you on the screen here, so don't share private stuff.
Oh no. Okay, I have to be careful. Actually, can you wait a second?
Yes.
I have to
Yes.
minimize my work stuff.
Yeah. Take your time.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. I mean, like that's why I'm always like warning people because like you never know.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah. Might have. Oh no, I can't click on some things.
Interesting. Let's. Can you click and can't? It's okay now. What have you done?
I don't know. I think it might have just been still loading.
I think yeah. This is like might be like a compiling shader stuff. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah. The one thing that's been happening to me is sometimes when I press tab, it goes up a level instead, but it's okay for now. But I'm doing like some build. I'm not sure if it's this one. Anyway. So I got this like little classic SDF tunnel, whatever. And I made a cool like electric effect sort of thing. I think it's kind of similar to let me just
Kind of.
So it's using move points to SDF.
Oh, nice.
And right now they're just moving, and this using draw line. But if I increase the turbulence, it becomes kind of like actually it's not doing it now for some reason. Basically what I do is I do it twice. First I move points to SDF to move the points. Yeah, that's better. And then I subdivide them and move them again with noise. So it makes like an electrical sort of sheath kind of effect. Like
interesting. Wow.
And do this.
What's the camera setup there right now? Is this like random procedural, or are you actually moving around? Or
it's I'm just animating rotation and FOV. So the camera stays still, and the SDF is moving because it doesn't actually ever move. It just increments by the loop amount because it's a grid. So the way that I keep the points always in front of the camera is with cam position. So they're always like just a little bit in front of the camera.
Yep.
And it's quite a nice effect. And then I put little blobs where the points of the line are, like with blob and billboard.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's pretty nice little effect. And the next thing I want to do is add your special laser technology.
The laser tech.
And just like shoot a bunch of lines and reflect them around the SDF. I really want to play with that.
Yeah, I mean, like it might look. I'm curious of what you come up with.
Yeah.
Super cool.
But yeah, this was like I really like this one because I could kind of put this in any SDF. Okay, so that's one thing, and then I really liked playing with the thingy. Actually, I've not got that much. I haven't done that much honestly recently. Hold on, I think my okay. Can you give me like a couple of minutes while I switch my setup?
Sure.
To the other computer.
Sure.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You are no longer basically on the screen.
I can just stop sharing.
Yeah. You can like just wait. You know that we will see the time where you have to ask to disconnect. But it will.
That's true.
It will be like it will be sometime. So I can quickly show like the laser thing.
Yeah, do that. I'll just disconnect for like a few seconds.
Sure. So like if we take a custom SDF and then we go to pick like I don't know, like something simple. Like wasn't there like this guy here? And so like it's like this is a little bit hard to see. So most of the time because this is infinite, I use combine SDF. And then I take another volume, let's say the box. And we don't want to have the first one because the first one is this. We want to have the second one to attach it to the group. And then we can basically say somewhere here there should be. Oh, actually, this is a little bit annoying. Now that I think about it, because now I'm not holding anything, but a new feature is that while hovering, it's already being applied. And this might actually be a little bit annoying for slow SDFs. So anyways, so if we increase the size here, we can basically get like
rollback with control. Huh?
That's true. Yeah. So this is our SDF. Maybe we can change the radius here to clamp it a little bit. Does this work actually? Maybe intersect round, so we can like clamp the sides a little bit, and then we could even use like the specular AA to remove the artifacts a little bit, but doesn't really work on this one. So anyways, what we can do now is we can use this SDF to have something like reflection. SDF reflection line points is this new node. It wants a field and it wants some lines. And we can start maybe with one line, or maybe we can select line points. Take line points in there, and then we should be able to just draw lines. And I don't know what this does, but it looks weird. But maybe if we combine this into a scene, so maybe first Raymarch and then draw the lines. Let's see what this looks like. So, and maybe I will move the center points here. So like these lines have the problem that if they go to infinity or if they go beyond the camera, they look strange. That's why because they want to use screen space for figuring out how large they are and so on. So there is draw ray lines that should work a little bit more consistently. And if you don't render stuff like fonts and so on, so ray lines is actually much better. Then basically you can see like these go to infinity there. And then if we increase the length here, so and maybe like the size of like these lines. So now we can move them and drag them into like this this SDF. And then as soon as we drag them here, they get like reflected. And yeah, I think it's actually so can be interesting. We can also so right now, like it has basically one max reflection or like two max reflections, but we can actually increase this value. And then if we have something where we have like tons and tons of reflections, we should actually see like multiple lines. So maybe we can create a new scene here. We have like a box SDF.
I've got a question.
Sure.
Is there a way to get points where the rays hit?
Yes. Yeah. It's like totally. I can show this in a second. So let's say we have let's build a tunnel, and just to make something simple, so we just take a box, and from this one box we cut out another box. So maybe let's say our like the first box is like 10 by 10 by 10 meters, and the second box is maybe it's very long, but it's only like it has only like a little like a tunnel. And then if we look at this thing here, this connected there, we should see we probably should cut this out. Cut. And there's our tunnel there. And now I think if we take the line points and move them towards the entrance of our tunnel. Honestly, I don't know what's going on there.
Points using the right field as an input.
You are so smart. This was a test. I wanted to see if like you.
Yeah, I know.
So now they are. And
you need to turn the line.
Of course, the lines need to be like need to be the proper lines, and then like of course like laser glowing, and then we rotate the lines, transform points. We use not object space but point space, and then we rotate them around this axis X. And now we can see like in the tunnel how they are being reflected on and off. And then if we don't draw depth and use additive, we should actually see how they're getting brighter and brighter there in the back. And I think if we would then use something like, let's say we have a camera and we use render, like we draw draw this with oh, wait a second. Now we are watching from the other side, which is also interesting. And probably we need to revert this here, so we have like the correct Z. Do we need this? Yeah, we need this. So like first, no, wait a sec, this is wrong. First, we need to initialize depth, and then of course we have to enable depth test. Yeah, this is the way we want to do it. And we don't want to enable depth white, something like this. And then we can use bloom, and this will really look like fancy because we have this HDR indicator here. So like and yeah, if we then look at these lines and then change the transformation here, we should actually see maybe we take the inner SDF here, and maybe we increase the edge radius, so some of them get like a curvature there. And then if we increase the reflection, so it will get more and more crazy in there. So I don't know, like if this is like really useful, but it was a fun experiment. And then so like the light points. So what you can actually do is you can take, like, this generates just points, and by accident they are prepared so you can directly use them for drawing lines. So this means like the end of each of these ray lines is basically filled up with a separator, so they are not connected among each other. But you can just as well take them and use them to draw points and put them into the same thing here. So then we can say, so we draw some points. And then of course we could use like a blob texture or something like this. Maybe with a fixed resolution and pipe this into the blob thing here. And maybe once again we shouldn't write depth, so they get like nicely blended, and maybe we can actually even change the blend mode here to additive. And then we can maybe change the feather base here, so to have like a super small like inner glowing centers or something like this. Yeah. And then of course you could do things like, let's say you could randomize these points, and randomize slightly their position. Of course, this might be a little bit, but we can say, okay, randomize the rotation here with some Perlin noise. And then we can, we should be able to bring down the, no, actually this is, oh no, shake the wrong thing. Like I want to shake this. Give me. So I want to take the rotation and just have like this thing here moving. So we just pipe in the random phase, and then we can slowly bring down the strength thing until we have like a little bit of like variation there. Yeah,
It's amazing. It's like the coolest effect.
okay.
I'm really excited to play with it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, be careful though. So like this is like a bunch of caveats. Like what this thing does is, so it actually, like this is actually raymarching, literally, like, you know, like raymarching through the SDF. This means there's a max step count. If you decrease this, like very interesting things happen, because eventually it will get like degenerated space. And there's also like all these things with like min distance and whatnot. So like the so like depending on your surface, so if you have like a infinitely rough fractal surface or something like this, you might need to adjust like these min distance and steps distance factors and so on. So like also like this thing here has like crazy effect, because if the normal sampling distance is like too small, you get like these jitters, because like the floating precision is no longer good enough. But if you make it too small, then or like too large, then it doesn't pick up all the surfaces. So like there are like a bunch of things that, yeah, some caveats. But yeah, overall it's a very nice effect, quite versatile, I think.
So I just went on. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm on my big computer now, and I realized I need to build TiXL, and I forgot how to do the .NET build thing. Martin, can you remind me?
Do you have Wider or Visual Studio, or what did I use?
Martin showed me how to do it by just not doing anything, just like through terminal.
.NET,
did not build. Oh wow. Oh, this is good. Crazy. I think like then maybe I'm kind of curious. I want to try this here. So it's on the stream. So I save this here and I just exit. Exit. And then what we could do is we could go into DevTixel. So this is my current folder where the source code is. So if you clone the repository, it would look similar. So this is the the actual Git, the Git thing here. And then we can, I assume, command, but probably also works with PowerShell or whatnot.
I don't know.
I think it should work. And then we go to editor. And then we say .NET build. Honestly, I have no clue. So like it does stuff. So honestly, I don't know. And I've never done this before, literally. But it seems to...
.NET like this, or with a dash?
Sorry, I have to watch your screen larger. Without a dash, .NET build. Yeah, precisely. But wait a second. Why is your editor lowercase? This is weird.
This PowerShell, maybe that's why.
Can you? It seems to. I mean, it seems to be doing something, so it might looks okay. But it's. I'm still like confused because Windows and sometimes it doesn't really know. I think there's like a legacy convention that like file names that are shorter than like 8 characters have like a different upper lowercase format than like longer ones or something like this. I don't know. It's weird. But
I think it worked. I think it built. Let me try and open it.
Yeah, I will bring you. I will put you on the screen on the recording.
Okay.
So just so you know.
Seems to be.
I think most of the time. Oh, fail to get this. I think this should be okay, or maybe I don't know. I'm not sure.
Seems.
Allow. Yeah, I probably allow if you want to do anything with like
yeah.
NDI or something like this.
There's a bit of delay. Let me just check my.
It always back up. Like if you do things like this.
Yeah, I just backed up before.
Yeah.
This. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems okay. Okay, now I forgot. Oh yeah, I was gonna. Okay, yeah, don't want to. Should I show the thingy?
I would love to see it. If
yeah, okay, cool. I don't notice. Oh no, the delay is okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so where did I put it? Music fits. I also recently added controller support for this one, so I can like fly around with controller. But I haven't got that plugged in right now. Doesn't matter.
It's like a crazy post effect chain.
Yeah, it's like I said. I went to town because it was going to be just a pre-rendered video, so I just go crazy.
Can I show you something? Can you go in there and like basically? Okay, you want to make a backup?
Sorry, I just yeah.
Just in case. Good idea.
I know I'm about to mess everything up.
Yeah. So basically, if you select something that is like roughly representative of this project, like ideally like an image
For a screenshot.
Yeah.
Oh, it needs to just go somewhere in the timeline. To 18. That's
Maybe
because of because I made a copy of the project, so the track, I need to reload the track. I think it's this one.
like can you click it again? Oh, can't detect the BPM rate from. Oh, wait a second. It's still like. Can you go in there again? Sorry.
Oh.
And can you switch from external device back to project and soundtrack? No. And can you wait a second?
I can copy it. Sorry, I'm going a bit fast.
And can you go to external device? I think there was like a glitch. Can you switch from tapping to timeline and back? And now, like, change the project soundtrack? And like pick it? No, still doesn't work. I think it's and if you press reload, does it do something? And remove?
It might not be there. That's the other thing. It might be
Can't it?
a back.
Yeah. I think it might be.
Also, it's not like in the project path. Sorry, I'm like going all over the place. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I'm kind of curious.
I think it just doesn't like it for some reason being put in. But I've had this with some other stuff where I've tried to put in a path to something and it just doesn't.
Can you load any track in there?
Yeah, it works if it's something in the library. But if it's like an absolute path,
yeah,
it's not.
I'm not really sure like what's going on there with like this can't detected MPM rate from empty undefined. So I'm not really sure what this empty interesting. I mean, it seems to have like this HH thing. Can you like pick like any like of like this built-in?
Yeah, that's happy with that.
So it doesn't want to pick it, and if you just like drag it inside the project or so, like maybe it's on a separate drive and it doesn't want to. This could even be like a problem, like if it's like if it's Dropbox, and Dropbox basically with like only having it online, then it might request a file but can't load it or something like this. So
so it's this one, I think. So just do this.
No, I was more like to like dragging it inside the like just take it like from Explorer and drag like the MP3 into TiXL, like so. And now basically it should have copied the file. And now if you look for like the station 37 or something, if you just type station, like you can basically like.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
okay. That's cool.
Beg your pardon?
It was possible to use a path to copy and paste the path of the file.
I think it's. Yeah, maybe it was like a problem with like Dropbox or something. It looked like it should have worked. So, anyways, what I wanted to show you is if you basically pin it, you have pinned it, and if you jump out once or click on the background, And then if you click like this thing, like this, and right click, and then you can basically say symbol definition, set thumbnail.
Ooh.
And then basically it will eventually like if you go to the symbol library, if you like if this would be, why is it actually not showing the symbol library? I would have
It's not pinned.
but I mean like
On my pin that it's pinned. It's not the station 73_B.
but this is right, but it's selected, so it should be it should show up there. Interesting.
Oh yeah, it's not here.
But can you update there? Because this was duplicated. Can you press the update button on the top right in the symbol library? So now if you hover over this, it basically it will show you like the thumbnail. And then if you drag it, like if you instance it, it will basically, even like without being initialized, it will show you like this the thumbnail. And if you have tons and tons of operators, like for a VJ set, it will be super useful.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Okay, anyways, ignore the symbol library.
Yeah, so I split it up into little bits. So I've got the sky, the stars, the fractal city. That is like little shooting stars. This is fake wind, which is like big fractal noise blob put onto billboards. And it's really fake, but because in my shot the camera basically stays stationary, it's very subtle and you don't notice. Like can I have to click here. Now I can control. So let me see if I can find some wind. Yeah, there.
And this.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
So that's a big noise billboard in the distance.
It looks super cool.
And the noise and post effects are doing all the heavy lifting. Like I think if I go, yeah, this is like the raw footage. Still pretty cool. And the little snowy space debris, I was kind of inspired by that Prometheus film, like Ridley Scott was like kept going on about his fancy like crap that he was throwing in the atmosphere, like little chunks and flakes of stuff. And yeah, the particles are a mixture of white flakes and black flakes, and I think it's little subtle things like that I liked. Anyway, so the other thing is for the sky is particles, because yeah, a texture would just not. The texture is never high resolution enough for a sky. Like it has to be particles, I find. And yeah, just some noise and stuff. I think, what did I do? I don't know which bit to show. Sorry, there's like a lot of things. Like, so I'm using what Martin showed me with the environment. You can animate, like, have an animated sky, basically, which I really like. I think it was here. So, no, not this. Sorry. There. Yeah. So I can like these are like, they're animated, but they're very slow. I think you can't really see like anyway, maybe I should show the post effects. Or like the fractal is 2 fractals, I think, that I combined. Like the custom one and then the landscape one. Yeah, I think I found like a terrainy sort of fractal.
Mhm.
Oh, it's this one. Sorry, that one. This one is the cool like city one that we all like. The terrain one. I'm not sure where I found it actually. I've not put the link in. But anyway, terrain. Can I just go? What I did though, like to have like the structures be just do this. So yeah, because this one is infinite, right? So I intersect it with a translation of the same terrain, so it kind of is cropped by that. So first I add in the terrain somewhere. Do I? It's weird. Should see it there. What? That's weird. So I think this one's, I use this one to crop it, and this one is the surface.
Mhm.
And so yeah, it's like cut.
Ah, I see.
It gives it like a nice jagged
Yep.
subtraction. What else we got?
I think it looks crazy that it's like so like distorted, like the city. It almost looks like a what is it, like this like the Tower of Babel thing.
Yeah. I think
medieval.
a lot of that is from I think the Union. I think if I go back. No, it's I think I can't remember actually. Did I think I'm distorting it in the shader. I'm warping it like
I think some sign there or so.
I think can I check? Hold on. There's this one? Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
So I took this code and I used it to like kind of resample the city one a bit to give it like make it a bit more bent and distorted so it's not so perfect. And yeah, you get like these little saggy bits this way.
Yeah, I imagine Cooper would like be like, no, the Lipschitz continuity. No, this is a bad fractal. Bad function.
It's yeah, but it gives a nice like destroyed look, I think.
Yeah. I know that.
Yeah, so I spent like way too long just trying to make a little shooting star effect, and then just as long trying to get it in the right position and scale, and then to make it look right again because I was setting up all the like timing and speed and distance in like a separate viewport, but then when I put it in my world, obviously it was the wrong size, it was the wrong scale, and I had to it was really annoying. Like I don't know if I have some takeaways from that, but yeah, thing is, so these shooting stars, I send them to a separate render target so that I can then do the tracking effects on them. I think if we go here, I go to camera. If I'm looking up, like we should be able to see. Yeah, I have a separate pass. Actually, is it using?
Oh yeah,
Focus camera.
sometimes
Yeah,
it.
there, see there? It's got like a little.
What?
So,
what? What?
Yeah, I'm tracking them. Like, can I? I think I can make it. I think I just have to do just more of these. Yeah, and then it makes it. And I've kind of
like what? I didn't even know that this was possible. But cool.
It's actually really it's can I just make it brighter? Where's the this?
It is a color. I don't know. Like if you.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Can also hold control to make it like super bright.
Yeah. Okay. So the little shooting stars now we're tracking them because I reuse the camera and then I have what the camera sees, but just the shooting stars, and then I use points on image.
Ah, clever.
And then that way I can put my little tracker sprites on them and follow them in the sky.
Okay.
Before I was using a different technique, but this one actually ended up working really well. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, this post-process effect is really heavy and not very good, and when that's why I got so excited when I saw Unk's YUV VHS effect, because it's like way simpler and way nicer. But so I might at some point integrate that in some way, but I kind of like how this looks, so I might just stay with it. So what I do, so I've got like the main render. I put in like the little HUD overlay. This is not used, I don't think. Star glow for little streaky effects. I add in the little tracker markers from the separate render pass. Grain. There's some effects that are driven by the sound as well, like so I'm displacing it using the spectrogram waterfall of the sound.
Okay.
That's adding like this kind of effect, and that's kind of directly representative of the sound.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, what did I do? I'd like use the sliding history thing. But I just crop a little bit. I think, oh yeah, I crop like the height because a lot of this is not used up here. So it would just be amplify it, stretch it. And yeah, these are like audio reactive controls for the gamma and grain and stuff. Oh yeah, this one is really useful actually because old CCTV cameras, they have like a lot of smearing, and so I really like temporal accumulation because I noticed that on a lot of camera stuff. But it's very subtle. Yeah. But I think this is also
how did you actually find it? I was like, when renaming this operator, I was like, how do you actually name this? So it's not motion blurred, and eventually I came up with like this super technical, weird, but it's great that you found it because I think it is actually a very powerful operator.
Yeah,
It's great for removing noise.
I can't remember.
But yeah, but I mean, definitely like like if you have grain, the grain should always come after like the temporal accumulator, because otherwise that will be gone.
Yeah, you just lose it. Oh, that's
basically it will. But there's a grain further down, so maybe you can just like pimp this one up.
Yeah, I don't know what am I doing?
Because
maybe there was some
before and after the bloom. Yeah.
It's just like I said, this is a silly post-process chain. Sharpen. This is probably not even necessary, but yeah. I was looking at Anaski's VHS thing that he did, and I thought it was so cool. I was asking him how he did it, and because I thought the post effect was in TiXL, but I think he said he used this program that's amazing. It's like this open source. Can't remember what it's called. No, I can't. Oh, there is ntsc-RS launcher. This is like a really cool VHS effect thing. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, see if I can just find some random video. What's that? I don't know what this is. Yeah, and it just makes it look like an old VHS tape. It's really cool. But yeah, I tried to do the same thing. TiXL. It's not the same, but yeah. But yeah, I think anyway, with Unks, actually I was really curious about that effect. Where is it? It's so cool. Like, it just it's that like blurry sort of whatever, and I like how it's using the. I don't know. There's just so many things happening here that I don't know.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's awesome, right? Yeah.
This might be very useful for my project.
For your TVs.
Stuff to throw on the TVs. Yes.
Yeah. So
where can I find that?
Unc posted it.
I assume in how
stuff.
to.
I think. Double check.
I haven't checked in the TiXL Discord for too long.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye on those shared things.
Yeah, it's just.
It's awesome.
So much, and I'm organizing shit.
So I guess you turn it to YUV space, then you add the noise, and then you turn it back. Also, this blur effect is so cool, by the way.
Like, it's blurring only the UV channels.
Oh, so the brightness stays, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
How does it actually blur? Like just using the map?
Well, yeah, it does this stupid way to. Yeah.
Why do something expensive when you also can use like the map layer?
That's still dark magic.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, that's so clever. I love it. And this weird distortion line is really impressive too. I guess.
I didn't spend too much time on it. I guess it could be like more, could be made more realistic.
Is it? Is it using like some sort of just tan function or something? Is that happening here? No, it's here.
It's a mess.
Crazy. You crazy. So...
I mean, like, I remember somebody posting like the source code of CDUC. I was like, such a shame that it's unreadable because like the tab indentation got lost or something like this. But no, I think like it might have been the real thing. But
it was like before shader minifier. You have to write it this way.
Okay. Yeah, so that's basically the gist of that scene, and yeah, now I really, yeah, I'm just gonna do the sound.
For this kind of scene, it would be nice to have like a height fog or atmospheric fog.
Yeah, totally. I think height
Or-
fog would be amazing. And I'm not sure, like, because I've got like the distance one, but I could kind of fake it with the color, I guess, on the.
I think
On
it
the
could be
SDF?
done like if you have like a completely flat surface. I think it could be done like in a custom pixel shader, like if you feed it the depth map.
Oh, and then use like the camera to get the. No, I don't know. I think I have an idea what
I
you
think
mean.
I tried some. I had some experiments a while ago. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, because I mean, if we can get the distance fog, getting the fog along any other world axis, in theory, would be using the same code, right? But I'm not sure.
Yep.
Yeah, because I love vertical height fog. It's like such a. It's just so good for environments and stuff like that.
Yep.
Generally. I used it on I don't know, just find a quick thing. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's annoying. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I think like the height fog should actually be doable, and I can so LJ is like a let's say friend of mine. So he's also like a demo scene guy, and maybe I can look. I can show something, find in the background here. So basically he implemented like this thing here. So it's basically like this is a game like a VR game. So like it looks kind of, but it's pretty immersive. Like if you fly through this thing, it's like quite really.
That looks amazing.
Yeah. Well, it was like was the only game I actually ever worked on it. It was like a super pain in the butt, but it's but what's actually pretty neat. This is actually there is this. Let me see if we actually find something. So they have this. There's
released.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think they took it down because we were too lazy to have like the age certification or something like this.
No.
So it's actually, but I think it was like €1 or so on Steam. Maybe it's still there. You can look. But yeah,
I'm switching.
I'm gonna have a look.
I'm gonna go for a
if I
bit.
can find the name.
Yep. Thanks. So, but anyways, like when there is like you see like these clouds there. So there are almost like a height fog, and there are like these clouds are like real raymarching stuff. So like you can actually fly through them and so on, and this actually worked like super nice. Basically, I want to port this from Unreal. No, this is Unity, from Unity into the into TiXL. So because he said I'm allowed to do this, which I'm very grateful for this. So yeah, this coming up eventually. Let's see how we when.
That'd be awesome.
It's like this effect is like crazy impressive, and it's pretty So if it's fast enough for VR, it probably should, and then it's already like 6 years ago or so. So it's a pretty old theme. So it should be fast enough for like most TiXL scenes.
I missed the.
I like this the cloud effect in this VR demo. So there, I want to port this directly, and it should be pretty straightforward because the shader is actually not super complicated. Maybe, I don't know, like 200 lines of code or something like this, and the integration should be very compatible with like the forward rendering engine in TiXL. So I think
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, should be so many plans, but I'm kind of overwhelmed right now because of revision is coming up, and I really want to work on my little demo there. That's why I had to restrain myself not to implement new features that are not relevant for the demo right now. So the UI side is a little bit. Beg your pardon?
Seems like currently copy pasting from whatever the current release is to older versions, or I'm on latest commit. My friend has using the release version because it was easier to install. Seems like copy pasting didn't work, and no, I didn't include any of my own operators, just the built-in stuff.
Okay, interesting.
Specifically trying to load GLTF scene and render scene. Somehow just didn't load in.
Interesting. So, and which version is he using? Or do you have like version number or something?
She is using version 4.10.12. So basically the latest release.
And you are on the latest build? And it didn't work?
And I'm on the latest build. Well, I'm on dev version. Latest commit.
Have her click the like, what is it, three dots and download it as .txt and copy, like open that in Notepad and copy that, because sometimes it doesn't work if you just take it directly from Discord.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I honestly, I think like this is probably like ioGen is probably right that this sounds more like a copy conversion, like the feature stuff that came in these since the last release isn't crazy. So at least I think we didn't change any of like the way operators are formatted or things like that. So, but it's always good to know. But I'm not saying that there aren't any bugs. But on this thing, I think it should work because I'm also like constantly pasting stuff from like from Discord into my TiXL version, and most of the time it seems to work. Of course, like, but then again, I paste stuff from my stuff into Discord, and like it seems to work for people. So I think like the last versions from the last half year or so should probably be safe. Then of course, like if new operators are coming, of course, like these are missing also, but like all the parameters and so on, there should actually be consistent and should match.
Though, if you're using any symbols that exist only in your library or have
I know that about the custom symbols, but I think Discord just included weird shit when they like an extra new line or something like that.
Yeah. So I think I had a pretty intense day. So maybe I have half an hour or so before I want to call it a day. So anything we should try to do, or any other question? Or
there was something I was wondering about. I think we chatted about it like a while ago when you first made SDF, when you first implemented SDFs.
Yes.
Having this distance glow or distance fog from surface effect. You know what I mean?
Yes. Like,
no, I mean, I'm not like, oh, this is coming out. I was just curious, like,
we can, if you want me to, I can quickly look into this.
I was trying to find a good example of it, but when I'm searching for it, I can't find it. But I think you know.
So there is basically, let's say we have like a box here, and then we have maybe like a polar repeat. Yeah, repeat polar around X, and then basically we have our thing here, and then maybe we move this towards Z to give it like some spacing or something. And the way that the effects you are talking about works is it counts the number of steps while flying by, and then the higher the step counts, then the closer it came towards the surface. And then it uses this basically as an edge glow. Maybe there are still some artifacts here inside the rendering path. So we can look into the generate shader graph code. And here we have the template files. We can look into this. And then, so probably Ank can probably say like, oh, it's this line, because he wrote like a million raymarchers, but I couldn't. So actually, what is all this thing here? Okay, like the most expensive, like if you have like all this code, like triplanar with normal mapping is like the most, like it's like as long as the complete other code here, like almost. But anyways, like here's the raymarcher. And
there is a bunch of strange stuff in there, by the way.
Yes. I'm very happy to clean this up with you one day. Like regarding the triplanar or the raymarching?
I dug into it one day a while ago, and there was a bunch of like unused things. Like I don't know. I will need to remember what's going on in there.
Yeah, I'm completely up for this. So I have to say, like raymarching is like, considering that like a bunch of my friends are like really into raymarching. You could even see like say like probably world leading experts in raymarching. I'm kind of embarrassed to show this on my screen here because I have no bunch about raymarching. No clue about raymarching. I know how it works, but the whole like overshooting strategies to minimize like the step count and so on. So I really don't know. So I think I had like this fractal. I think maybe I removed this. Raymarch fractal is still here. So I think like this guy has this feature. And this was just like a super ugly. You can already see like how ugly this thing is, because like this is, I think like this thing is like a complete demo or so, literally, just ported. And inside this thing here is, if I remember, so we got a hit, or we are not sure. We gone through all the steps, but we haven't hit anything. And I think like this thing here mixes the
I think what's in the D variable is not the distance from the camera, it's the sampled field at the last point. So
Yeah.
this whole section is not correctly executed.
But I mean, like this, I like also like in here, like
Or I don't know. I'm getting confused in there.
But anyways, I was actually looking at this line here. So we have like the steps through max step, and then we say this is the glow. And if this actually works, I have no clue. So let's see. I was actually thinking about this a while ago. So we white depth and we white the color here, and we can just like add like lit color RGB and we lerp something. We don't have a globe variable left, and we should use like the wrong case here. But we have steps and we have max step. So let's add a globe variable there. We have to make sure that it's that's nicely padded. So let's throw here glow. And it should come before the specular AA. So let's save this guy here and add. Just say we have a color. And then we get basically the components. And somewhere in here, oh wait a second, this is like the wrong, we are in the wrong thing. We want to go in here. Pin this guy. Go in here and this is, so I'm not exposing this because then we'll have to wait. I'm just like adding the 4 components here inside the parameter stack. So.
Oh,
And yeah. And I assume that so like if we go with the color, so we get some kind of glow, and I wonder if this can actually.
You only see it where there's SDF, like it's not going over the alpha, I guess.
And probably it's also like blending now on like the pure background. So I assume if we would add you know, like a sphere.
There's a discard or something in the Raymarch.
Ah, that's true. We probably have a discard there, which is true.
Yeah, it's up there.
You've already seen it there. Okay. But then we need like a background color, which is probably like this. Yeah, not really sure, but yeah. Obviously, like there's a lot of things that we need to add here. But let me quickly try something. So if you have like a plane, plane SDF, and we combine this and add this here at the second thing. Yeah, there's a little bit of glow there. Yeah. And if we
look cool on fractal.
So in probably like for like these kind of things, we probably would need to have like this like some kind of like anti-aliasing there or TiXL, but I'm not really sure if it's worth like adding it to the main Raymarch thing. But we
that would be good to have it as a separate thing, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe like there's a like advanced Raymarch with like experimental things or so. But the general thing seems to work. And then I think like in this original implementation, we even had like things like where you could define like the fall off curve for the fog or so. I think like for like this one thing.
Cool features it could have, like it could sample the surface texture or only be based on a source texture, so you could like mask it. And anyway, this is interesting.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, and then of course, one thing you can always do is basically go and like take the template and then maybe we have like a custom RaymarchField also where you can write in a bunch of lines of code to do this kind of things. So might also be something worth thinking about.
That sounds fun. Okay.
And yeah, maybe I'm totally up for like going through like this Raymarch thing and cleaning this up. So I mean the actual Raymarch part is like only 20 lines of code or something. So considering that it's like such a crazy important feature now, it's probably worth looking into that.
Yep.
Yeah. And besides this, I guess I was thinking about making working on the new release. But now I have to do crunch time to finish my demo.
Totally cool.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what you make.
Yeah, it's getting there, but it's I learned something terrible about quaternions the other day, and now it took me a very long time, and now I have like very I thought I understood what it's been used for, but now I'm yeah. I can maybe I can bore you with like this what I learned because I'm trying to explain it to my wife. So like the whole point of quaternions is to basically I guess there must be tons of other points, but the reason why we are using it all the time is it gives us a nice stable translation in space, rotation in space. And that's why like every point, you know, like if we have like let's say we have a gradient point and we visualize these points. So we basically get like these coordinate systems that are stable, and they will remain stable even if we do things like rotate these things like crazy. And there will be never any issues with like up vectors and stuff like this because they are they work nicely. My issue was that I always thought like, the whole point of quaternions is that you can always blend them nicely, like from one to another without like having any axis flipping and so on. And this was like completely naive because so my thing was I'm using blend points quite a lot, and blend points is super powerful to build stuff. So maybe if we have like let's say another like 100 points and 100 points, then we can use blend points. Okay, like obviously like this, I mean like blending this is the obvious thing. But this is, you can already see, by the way, you can already see the issue there. But what this blend point is really cool with is like this blend mode blend with range, and then you can basically wrap it like back. You can unwrap it and or like crossfade between like paths and stuff like this. And this is like super useful basically to build like camera animations and whatnot. And then we have like reorient points. That basically will once again try to make these guys look towards the next one if they find it. If not, they should actually look back. But no, they're doing. Anyways, so the thing I learned without like this guy, let's get out there, was that if we blend this, then we get things like this, where suddenly the axis flips. And the reason this happens is, so Anke can correct me if I'm wrong. So like we're using to blend quaternions, you use a mathematical function called slurp that I was always thinking like as slurp, and I was like these mathematicians, like they have like a crazy kind of humor, like calling a function like this. But now I understand that slurping means like you have basically a sphere, and on the sphere you have like a point, and this point has like the like it's a unit vector, so it has the length always. It needs to be normalized. It has the length of 1, and so somewhere on somewhere on the surface of the sphere, there's basically a point, and this point basically has this unit vector, and a quaternion is basically something like, this is at least how I imagine what a quaternion is. It has a unit vector with like a rotation. Or I think the rotation is like counterclockwise, right hand. And then slurping means spherical, so S stands for sphere. Spherical interpolate between one point to another. So like if we have like another point over there, then basically it will basically blend on a curve from here to there, and like 0.5 will basically have like this, and then it will always like translate also the return in the rotation around this axis. I think it's more complicated than that, but something like this. But the problem is that at a certain point, there is like a thing called like the hemisphere between these two. And the hemisphere would probably be like, maybe like something like this, if I could draw a circle, like half the thing. And if you can imagine, like if we take like the red vector and we move it further and further away, so eventually it will be on this side of this thing, then the path could be like this or this, like this short. And to figure this out, you basically have to, you can flip the quaternion, you can negate the quaternion, which will still show you like it will give you the right rotation, but it will look identical, but it will make a difference when you actually interpolate between like angles. And this is basically, this is what happens here. And the reason this is like negating is because like this guy is like trying to figure out like how to encode like this position, and the way to encode this rotation is by doing a bunch of matrix stuff that will have like an if or else in there. So it will, yeah. So quaternions are very, very evil, and the only way to fix this actually would be to build like if you want to use it for like a camera sphere, like thing or something, would be to go through this afterwards and basically check for like the flip and negate and keep like all the signs constant, and then this wouldn't happen. But you can't do this easily in a compute shader because you can't ask for the neighbor. So it's like everything is like, this is a big mess. And it's like a mess that I just learned a couple of days ago. It was like, what the fuck?
We could explore like different methods to like recalculate orientations for the spline. Like, like for each point, you could do something like a blur. Basically, I still haven't figured out how to do it exactly, but
yeah, I think like this thing twice to do like a semi-alternative, like walking along the, but it's still like, it still has like this issue of flipping. And yeah, something like probably like blurring sounds like an interesting approach. You're having like multiple passes or so, like going through, yeah, maybe like first taking every edge count and then every like in between passes, and then yeah. But yeah, pre-time sometimes is a bitch. Like this neighbor access makes it like just very, very complicated. But yeah, sorry for me rambling.
I found something I wanted to ask, but if it's too late now, that's fine. But I was curious about a little thing.
Yeah, we have like 15 minutes or so. And then, of course, you can always stay in here. And so
yeah,
only me leaving.
Yeah, so I made this tunnel. It's SDF tunnel. And it's just like a blob intersecting with a fractal. But I really wanted to do SDF to color from the intersecting fractal. Like, so it's like a torus, and then inverted, so we got the tunnel, and then intersected with a custom fractal thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I could take the original fractal, plug it into SDF to color, and then plug that into set SDF material. Because right now I'm taking the torus and doing a color based on the torus to the scene. But I'd like to do the opposite, so I can have a gradient ramp from the fractal as the color. But the thing is, it just crashes when I plug that in.
Oh, interesting. Line trying to draw pixel. Can you? Okay, you already figured that one out. So
I mean, you showed me a few times.
What if you copy the custom SDF node with the fractal and use that?
Oh, because you think the code is happening.
It's trying to reuse itself. So
I was thinking about that. Okay, so
there you.
I think it's working.
Nice.
So it's because it was just the same ID showing up, like being referenced.
It was trying to use itself before it was defined or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's very cool. Oh, thank you. No, okay, that's quite simple.
Okay, I didn't get an error, but I think most of the time like the ID should. I mean, there are like a bunch of scenarios where basically the IDs doesn't work. But I tried very hard to catch all these cases. So like if you could find like a super small use case of like this problem you had with like a minimal, like let's say the fewer nodes the better, and that would be super useful because then I can look into this.
Yeah, that's sick. Okay. Oh, awesome. This is so cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And especially like one thing that is like, I think like these node ID parts, I think this should be simple to fix. But there are like a bunch of things where like that are related to resource usage. Let's say resources, everything that's a texture, things like that, buffers. So once in a while, I spot some inconsistency with like having like multiple instances of those and these not working correctly. It's getting rarer and rarer, but if you spot any of these, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can reproduce it.
I'll be right back. Quickly.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty compact. Oh no, I'm stupid. Huh. It works with a simple.
Start just like copy your project, your other project, and just start ripping stuff out.
Yeah,
of
I
it
would
one by
say
one.
the same. Copy it and then rip out nodes until it stops doing the showing the error, and then rip out the other nodes and see if that stops showing the error. In the end, you'll have the minimal example. Ideally.
Yeah. So let me see if I can do this.
I wonder if it is because it is custom STF or if it doesn't matter. Also, are you still pinned on something else?
Okay. I'm inside
No,
the torus.
probably not.
I'm gonna have to use a camera, otherwise I'll get lost. It's also extra confusing when you're in an inverted field, everything is backwards, so you have to go against your instincts. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Sorry, back.
Yeah, I was just trying to make a simpler. I actually ended up making something pretty interesting.
But
that does look really cool.
Yeah.
Looks like the inside of like
break, does it?
Just the zero when I'm like in the center looking up, like with my camera, it freaks out. But oh yeah, no. So
like the gimbal lock.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so I guess this is quite a compact example. Like if I do the torus, it's okay, and then if I do this, it breaks. So that could be just.
So like the. Okay. Yeah, excellent. Just
do the thing if you want to look.
Yes.
Oh heck yeah, that looks amazing.
What's this?
Well, the thing is, if you just use exactly the same distance function for the color, you would basically get the same color if you apply it to the same surface. It will be just flat one color. But what you want is basically like different iterations to have different color. It depends on how the fractal is constructed.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
That's insane.
Either there's something weird here. I copied that in, and I'm just seeing a gray screen. There's nothing
Dude.
rendering.
Click fit. Fit your viewport.
Yeah, that's the first thing I did. Fit at
okay.
1:1. Both are just not there. They're grayed out, and what did I do wrong? Is it the right operator selected? Fill mode. Nothing.
Did you download the text file?
It copied incorrectly. I have a small plugin that allows me to just copy file contents to shortcut that.
Oh, here it seems too.
Seems a little bit bugged.
But
the fog in there. Yes, you got the fog in there. How did you make this? Because no, like I think the fog is this is just me breaking my render so maybe the glow should actually be like
This breaks on my system. Line 624, truncation of vector type. I wonder if that's a GPU specific thing.
Oh, also there is an issue with the shaders not reporting the correct errors. I think when there is this function, I looked into it a while ago.
Yep.
Like it looks through all of the log that shader compiler is reporting, and it just outputs the first thing instead of the first error.
Yep.
Sorry. I think I had like a fix for it.
But either way, it does error for me with a truncation of vector type.
No, that's
I'm on an
not
AMD
an error.
GPU.
That's not an actual error. That's a warning. That's like it should be fine.
Right.
The error is something else in there.
But we can't figure it out because it doesn't properly.
Doesn't print the whole thing, just the first entry in the log.
You can use the console log and hover over there, and then it will list like all errors.
It doesn't.
No, I mean shader compiler only outputs like the first one. Like if you load any of my shaders, there should be like a wall of text of warnings all the time. It only shows the first line in the.
Okay.
So in your colorization example, you're like you're taking the existing fractal and you're making it return something that SDF the color will like. It's more like
yeah. Just instead of actual like a distance to the surface, output some other gradient that is related to this fractal, but it somehow like orthogonal to the distance function.
It's outputting like I mean, I guess. Okay, I think I get it. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. It's data on the iteration that you've like normalized rather than the distance from the surface.
Kinda, yeah.
Something like that, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
that's
it
so
depends
cool.
on the fractal because, I tried with the different ones, and you have to do different modifications to the different fractals.
That's such a cool idea. I love that because you could just take any fractal, make a copy of it, and then mess with it. I guess.
Would be nice if we could like instead of just outputting distance, put the color directly or something. I don't know. It could complicate things, but
you mean like in
like this, it could make it easier
in custom SDF or
yeah.
Mm.
But it might need like changes to the entire system.
It would be like, it would be a different. I guess you could, because the distance is just a float, so You could do like a vector
no,
or something.
no. I think like the problem is more like if you let's say let's take this example here and just like use like a very simple thing here, and then if we actually look at this code, then the problem is that like the custom shader code somewhere in here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, this triplanar. Really should be optional.
Could put it into an include file or something.
Yeah. It shouldn't be there. So this is our like this is basically the custom SDF, and if we okay, it's pinned. If we actually look at the code here, we see that like there's something like there's a wrapper here. You know, the method starts here with this comment, but there's a wrapper here that basically returns basically like this method, and the like inside the field we first check which path it is, and if it's like the distance path, then we call this method, and otherwise we don't. So which means that so either we extend this by having like another like alternative return path for the color, or we could even add some kind of option that basically instead of calling this for the distance, it calls it for the color or something like this. So or we could of course have like an additional color method. This would also be something like this. But yeah, it's like it's more like.
Isn't the issue? Huh. Never mind. Either way, I'm just annoyed that raymarched fields or fields in general don't seem to render for me at the moment at all, and no errors except for that one error
No
that
error.
showed up earlier.
And are you wait a second, I will okay, I have your screen. We can look at this into this for like a couple of minutes, and maybe we can narrow it down. So RaymarchField. So just like click the RaymarchField and pin it with P, and only use one output. I think it's good enough for now. Okay, and then can you maybe can you use the custom SDF node? I think this is a good use case. Just like connect it to the RaymarchField there. Okay, and then in the console log output window, there is like a warning. Can you hover over this? It doesn't say anything. What?
As mentioned earlier, it seems like the actual compiler part of RaymarchField or whatever it calls seems to discard every error or every warning and error after the first one.
Yeah. Okay. But
either way, even just a normal torus into RaymarchField into render target with fit or whatever doesn't seem to do shit.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I think it. Can you go to your about screen? Help about TiXL.
I just updated TiXL to the latest version here.
Yeah, but I was more interested about like the graphics card you're using. So it's like an AMD iX. But other things are working.
Yeah. Just this specific seems like that seems to have stopped working. I wonder if there's something specific that's just NVIDIA versus AMD driver being weird. I'm also annoyingly on a slightly older driver because newer ones fuck up VR for me.
Yeah, but okay, I will take notice and fix like this this warning feedback, and then I will let you know and send you the new version.
And then I can report all the errors. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, like what's very peculiar, I think, is that. So if this would be like an AMD driver issue, then I would have expected like all kinds of shaders failing. So I think this.
That's the only thing that that usually is the issue, because I seem to be the only one who actually puts up with the AMD's bullshit, and only because I got a cheap card with higher VRAM a few years back.
Yeah, but no, I mean like like a bunch of friends are using AMD just fine. So I would be so at least like my experience is that if you are with DirectX, like the graphics card support should be pretty solid. Because they they have like super extensive testing frameworks and stuff. So I think this is probably something. It's and like if you let's say can you like if you take something like rendering stuff like the how to render stuff, the example, like this works for you.
How to render?
How to draw things, for instance. How to draw things, for instance. Oh, no warnings
Seems
there.
to be no issue.
And if you click like any of the outputs there, like PBR materials 2 or something like this, like just click any of like these outputs there. Yeah. No. Okay.
Yeah, they load just fine.
This is super interesting. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. I will look into this. I mean, I will fix the error reporting, and then you can look into it.
Yeah, and then we can look into it.
And then we can fix it.
Checks out.
It should be super straightforward.
Cool.
Which operator is doing the error?
Just like the normal
anything with
raymarching.
Just anything involving SDF, it seems. Well, actually, let's see. What's the other thing that we can do with SDF?
FieldVolumeForce.
Visualize field distance.
Yeah, for instance.
Also nothing.
Oh.
Well, you have to pin it. I mean, like, it didn't get like is it pinned already?
I mean, nothing is pinned. Do I need to pin it to like?
No.
It should
but
render something at least.
Try pinning it and then clicking on the custom SDF or the whatever.
I mean, I'm feeding just a torus into it because that should.
Yeah. But
error.
I mean, like the strange thing is that it doesn't show a compile error. This is really peculiar. Can you show you something like field distance force for the torus SDF? I think you can't insert it. You have to basically drag it out. Yeah, or click there. Yeah.
Field distance
force, and then put this into like a particle system.
There's a lot to this, huh? Okay, so we need some points, radial points, something.
And then just like draw it.
Draw points. Okay. So that seems to radial points, yes. Without the field distance force, that seems to be doing. So this part works.
Yeah,
Or
must
at
be.
least it does something.
So, so raymarching doesn't work, and but PBR rendering works. Yeah, let's look into this like in 2 weeks or so. By this, I mean, honestly, speaking of,
I don't.
in 2 weeks,
I don't use it right now, anyways. It's fine.
In 2 weeks there will be revision. And like this demo party, and I will probably be sitting in the train and being stuck somewhere with Deutsche Bahn. So I think we shouldn't just like we should still have it like the event, but I will probably not won't be able to partake. So I will have to skip. But actually, Martin, are you able? Can you also start the event as a moderator?
I don't know.
I mean, maybe you can check like in the events thing if you get like these dot with start events things. If not,
when you see here in events, you should be able to create an event, but without an event created, I can't test this.
Yeah, I mean it. Basically, it looks like this. And there should be like here. There should be there will be basically a start event button. I don't know if you can see this. Otherwise, I will look into the like the access rights.
Discord permissions are fun. Yeah.
Martin, what did you say?
I don't have the right to create an event or start an event or no.
Okay, I will look into this. So basically, like if this is cool with you, it would be cool if you could at least start the event. And you have the whole team. Maybe
isn't the event scheduled? Shouldn't it auto start at the right time, or do you still have to manually take it off?
I wish. You have to start it manually, and that's why I always keep forgetting to actually start it. So it's yeah, I wish it would work. Okay, I will look into this. And besides this, I would say I will probably be heading home because it's getting a little bit late here. Not as late as usual, but already. Let's see actually what the recording did. It's still running, and we are at roughly 3 hours and 40 minutes, which is also pretty long already. But of course, you can stay, of course, in the call. It's just me like being a little bit tired today. But it was great. Thanks for anybody. Yeah.
Thanks for so much help with the things I'm trying to do.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for using TiXL and looking into it and sharing the use cases, because that really helps me to figure out like, okay, like this would be a cool feature and that would be a cool feature. So
I still wanna build a milk file loader or renderer in TiXL.
Yeah.
Or at least make an adapter for an existing one that directly sets up the right spout stuff.
What is a milk file?
Milk drop. Milk drop. As in
What's
The age of
Winamp
milk is
visualizers.
over. We've had enough
No,
milk.
it really isn't.
I don't want
I'm
to see
having
any more
lots of
milk.
fun. I'm having lots of fun feeding multiple milk drop thingies into each other. They're fine.
I was VJing with this other VJ, and his setup basically was like 50 milk drop plugins, all overlaid on top of each other, and it was just it was cool,
Noisy.
but it gets quite intense. It depends on the music, like yeah.
I've never seen it working correctly.
I'm doing it for psychedelic stuff, so psytrance and such. So and the whole goal is to I'm specifically using NestDrop, where you can mess with like the zoom and such things. So the entire visual can just zoom out, zoom in, depending on how I turn the knobs.
Here, before you go, real quick, I got something I was working on the other night. I kind of want to show off.
Sure. Actually, I've never seen this milk drop thing, so interesting. Maybe we can learn a thing or two from it. Like if there's something that's useful.
I've really not seen it.
That is indeed surprising. I would highly recommend to check out some of the visuals that I've done, I suppose. Like just to see what's possible with it.
So I've got a couple of different camera animation paths as like line points, and I've got them set up to my number pad with a dampen.
Oh wow! This looks awesome.
So yeah, I can just hit my number pad and just go between different animated camera paths, and
also it's like predefined curves for the camera, and you interpolate between it animating along the different curves.
Well, it's procedural, so you can do all the procedural whatever you want to it, but yeah, here I'll just it's just like Nuimka helped me improve it a little bit with an example that he had of how he was doing something similar. But pretty much it's just you can even use on this one, let's see which one is this. 1, 2, 3. So on this one, this is actually a torus mesh that I convert into points. Then I do points of CPU to get their position, and then I just go down the item index, and then the past time change.
So you're like the mesh density is so close that you don't notice like the jump between the points.
Yeah.
You should use filter points before point to CPU.
I should use what?
Filter points. And then use the index of filter points. So it's cheaper.
Oh, instead of
that way, right? That way you.
Otherwise,
so you just put the count into the filter points, min and max.
Yep.
Or start index, and then.
And then.
But then you need to disconnect from the.
Yeah.
The first one.
Right.
Oh, I think you still need.
No, the other one, I'm pretty sure.
From list.
Okay,
but
one voice.
The content you disconnected from the get point from list. Disconnected.
Okay, this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Connect that, and then. Okay, wait.
And then make sure the filter points only picks like 1. I think, like set the length of it to 1, which it already is. Cool. Now the start index is a little bit problematic, huh?
I think it's prepping around.
Or does it just? That.
Oh yeah, your count int needs to have the modulo set to something.
Does it?
Oh, wait.
Count int it should be like less than what the point count of the mesh is.
No, I think like the filter points, it wraps around.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
So like it will never give you like not a point. It will just like it will only give you not a point if like the set is empty. But
Oh, and it's also going into the negatives, so that might have something to do
That's
with it.
weird.
Nah, that should wrap around, right?
yeah, it should wrap around.
Why is star index just say minus? Star index isn't changing.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Sorry, I just wasn't looking. Yeah.
And then points to CPU. And then I think you still need to like sample a single point, right? From that list, which is index
working
0.
here.
I think you need to have start index 0 there, not start index 1, because
oh, you're just not
item
pointing to the data. Maybe.
Yeah, on the last step where you getting the
Wait,
single point,
I think it might
your
be working
item
now.
index is 1, and it should be 0, because you have a list size of 1, but you're
Also,
picking the second item.
Your picker isn't looking at what.
Now it
So
should
1,
work.
2, 3. This one.
Yeah, that's working.
Okay, so now yeah, and then.
And now you're shuffling way
wonder.
less data around on the CPU.
That's really
Oh,
cool.
you're right. Okay, yeah, that is better. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I like having the motion paths in this point data.
That's
Just
really
because
cool.
it's like, yeah, you can just do so much to point data. So let's see.
That is really neat.
This one. Yeah, you just do that, and the gain and bias, of course, just makes it makes the animation curve more interesting.
Yep.
Well, maybe not that time, maybe not that one, but
you should do the filter points for that one too. Although, if it's just some radial points, you probably don't need to do it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and do all of them.
Yeah, it looks super cool, this scene.
I like the scene, yeah. It's like really nice golden material. It's really cool.
Yeah, I wanna figure out a way to make it into a more compact tool, so that I can just use it in whatever. But I'm also gonna have to make a version that works more on flat planes, instead of going under 360 objects.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be too bad. I mean, just make the make the geometry above your target, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the whole wrapping, the camera whips around annoyingly fast, but that's not really much you can do about that.
Is that because of the look at and the pole vector of
I think so.
Because
it's
it shows
just how the
directly
camera
under and
works
above.
with the whole.
I think I think one thing you could do is so if you're using a mesh, and then you basically what is this?
Increasing the segments, of course, slows the camera down because there's more to chew through.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you could definitely do, which might be interesting. Maybe I can. Or you mentioned you had a question, or this is just something you wanted to share.
Oh no, it's just something I wanted to share.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it. It's cool to just be able to just hit different dynamic cameras with a number pad.
Yeah, that's super cool. I can maybe show something I've been working on. So which might feed into this a little bit. So and this is my my frustration with quaternions coming up here. So in a way it's so slow. Maybe we bring it up here. And so basically it's something so this is basically something Anke has been me putting together. And
is that using ambient occlusion?
no, not really. It's just like a lot of points. Lots and lots of points. But like the complicated part is like basically like it's like a very weird camera animation around like the spiral form. And actually like inside here, like here. So normally you would actually see like geometry and stuff. So like this is the thing I'm working on. But like what I wanted to share is like this setup here, which is so this is my debug setup. Maybe so if we rotate here, so basically there is this there's a thing called camera gizmo, and then apply camera transform, and then you can pipe in like a camera reference. And what this will give you is basically like you can actually see like where the cameras are in space, and it can do things like so like this is this weird camera form, but like here I'm blending between these two cameras here. So like the orange camera is basically the main camera, and then it's leaving the green camera and going over to the yellow camera to then being stuck with the yellow camera.
Wow.
And yeah, this is like super useful for like doing procedural animations. Like like here it's like this is an orbit camera, and then it's flying over to like this final camera there. And yeah, it's getting. I think eventually I want to stabilize this a little bit and like expand a little bit more and make it more stable and more usable. But the thing I wanted to share is like this thing here. So like there is a thing called resample line points, and what it does is basically it basically takes a point or like it takes like a line input points, and then basically gives you 1 point, but it interpolates. And then you could basically do like this whole thing of like moving to cameras and stuff like this. So the idea would be that if you would have like this radial point here, and then you would resample this and then use what was it, points to CPU or something like this? CPU, points to CPU. And then I think you would point data from list, or what did you use to extract this?
Let's see. Went back up. Get point data from list.
Okay.
And
basically like this is the position then. So maybe we have something like draw sphere. So sphere draw sphere. So we have this guy, and then we have draw lines, and then we put this into a group here, and then basically like
geometry.
Beg your pardon?
I didn't even think to like to do this as for like animation motion paths for geometry. I didn't even think to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, it could also be useful for like this whole thing with like you're trying, like if you would want to have like smooth camera transition, then you could basically use like this take this resample line points and then say I'm only sampling 1 point, and basically this is where it starts. And then you could use this 1 point to basically do something with it, like having like the camera look at it or something like this. And
that's why you're having the problem with the quaternions, because you're trying to morph this path.
The quaternion problem comes more with like the problem with the quaternion is that if you want to blend between like for this
Blending between rotations is hard.
So let's say you have basically a rotation here. You know, like, or actually, it's not a. Let's say you have like a stable. This is a point, and like this is like the coordinate system at this point. So like, and it is kind of stable, and then for some reason you want to blend it to something else. Let's say you want to rotate to another orientation. Let's assume this would be close together or something like this. Yeah? And then basically the rotation would find like, okay, like this goes there and this goes there and this goes there. Okay, this doesn't really work because like this is like left-handed or something, but let's say it would work. So this always works. The problem is that if you do this along a motion path, or like any path, actually. So let's say we have like a path here with tons of these points. Then eventually and it will be like for each of these, like blending will work perfectly. The problem is that at a certain point, suddenly the blending will work perfectly just in another direction. And this is where it becomes like inconsistent. So like most of the time, like if you are not slurping, everything is fine. But if you start slurping, then things get like a little bit.
Does a 180 at some point? It just flips instant.
No, it's more. It's more complicated, I would say.
So if you have two static rotations, like two static points with different rotations, you can perfectly interpolate between them.
But
if both of them are animated, like on a path, or like if they are animated, then at some point you get this flip.
Yeah.
Because some other path become the shortest.
Yeah. So I mean, like maybe like because it's just a fun example to nerd about and why is life so complicated?
You might be able to keep some sort of momentum reference, and so that it never tries to snap back instantly. But like that's the only thing I can think of.
It's like the. So let's take like this. Let's make this like only like a bunch, like 20, and maybe we increase like these axes, like the size of like these like So when we blend between them, like each of these, and maybe we also, let's say we change the rotation here a little bit. So when we blend between them, and let's say we look at point 9, and we go back and forth, it looks perfect. It's a perfectly stable. It's not jumping or something. It's like it's really nice. It's a very right? And so is like the blending for 8, and so is like the blending for 10. The problem is that from 9 to 10, it decides to find another rotation, another way to blend between these.
Oh yeah.
So and it's not something that is like super obvious, and most of the time you don't really care. Like if you have something like, let's say you have like draw lines or something, this will just do what you would expect it to do. It will just be just fine. Only if you attach camera to this, or if you do something like draw mesh at points or something like this,
Only if you care about the actual orientation of each point, then you notice it.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of it's really kind of a annoying problem, and most of the time I think this is just fine. You know, like most people wouldn't notice, and it is, you know, like, okay, like here you see it quite drastically, but then again it is like a weird transition. But if you fly along this curve and you take the camera orientation from this, it's very jarring. It's like super annoying. And basically I spent like so many hours on this problem for like the last couple of so now you know my frustration. And you can totally fix this. The problem is that the fix is not so easy to do in compute shaders. This is what Ank was hinting at earlier, so that you would actually need something like a multipass blur filter or something to fix this also.
Maybe not even multipass. Well, we can experiment with it.
Yeah. And it's not really important, and especially not for like the thing. So what I wanted to show earlier. So if you have like this position, we can totally put this into the target and have like this thing with like or like, okay, like this looks like super strange. Maybe we add some more geometry there. Text. So make it a little bit more obvious what's happening there. So like we are basically always like looking now at this sphere, and this could also be like a nice way to animate things.
Also, this resample might need like a loop option.
Yeah. To have basically to loop around in a circle. Yeah. Good point. Should we write like a to-do list for next week? So but then I will leave. Then I will go to do.
Have a good night.
Good night. Bye. So we had like this fix
later. Bye.
Bye. Fix shader warning. Arrow display. Then we had like this add pre-sample points loop parameter, and we had something else earlier. I think like the check Perlin noise to gain and bias. Rename. With amplitudes. And then also basically can tell me like the RaymarchField. And maybe we can add like this bloom, this glow parameter. Maybe it's like so simple to have.
It's called iteration glow.
Iteration glow?
I heard it somewhere a long time ago. Like
Field iteration glow. Rematch. Anything else we had like today? Besides this, things were pretty stable, I have to say. Like no crashes. Like this, the using of like the soundtrack Nick's example was a little bit weird with like this Dropbox folder, but it's like really hard to narrow down. Ah, right, we had like the this thing with fix Nick's custom shader bug. See, and then we can look at the chat here. Discord. And so every time I'm using Discord, I'm so disoriented. Ah, there.
Was it raymarching not working on the Radeon card?
Yeah, yeah. No, actually, like this is also like a bug. But no, it was more like this. Nick had this example with SDF to color or something. Share, copy message link. And we can see like we have like this link there. And then like if we have like this this thing, then to fix AMD Raymarch error. I'm still confused about that one. I'm not sure what what's the cause for that. Oh, hey, changes. So I guess I will stop the recording and see you guys soon on a weekend or so, but not in 2 days, not in 2 weeks, and maybe at revision or so. See you.
See you.
Bye
Bye.